Let's see how this goes. There we go. We got the video up. Everybody's back. It is stream time, Zachary. Tight Commander says late night gaming moment. Yeah, that's what it was. We've switched over from Halo Indefinite to Gordon Ramsay's stash of favorite Halo games, the Master Chef Collection. This one is not tanking my computer. Yeah, Infinite, I'm not quite sure what's going on with Halo Infinite. It feels kind of like the longer I play it, the worse it starts to perform. Like, not even like a memory leak thing. Like, memory leaks happen when you just, play a game for too long. This just genuinely feels like something under the hood. Every time I boot up the game, it performs worse and worse and worse. And now it's getting to the point where, like, I have to run the game on low settings in order to get, like, really high frame rates and just, yeah. The PC build of Halo Infinite is kind of a sloppy mess. Quantum Fission says, congratulations on your engagement. Thank you so much. I got a real waifu. Like a real one, like a proper one. And she is everything I hoped she would be and more. Rebecca is amazing. Let's all wish Rebecca a happy engagement. There were lots of tears. There were lots of hugs. There was lots of hugging and being hugged and being excited and taking pictures. We had a really good New Year's together. But how was your New Year's, everybody? Feeling pretty good with my Spartan. What do you think? I'm rocking the Xbox backpack for just a little bit to be goofy, but nice menu background. Yeah, you guys like my modified MCC backgrounds? When is the next time you can stream with Rebecca? Well, that's a question to ask her. I would love to stream with her again, because every time Rebecca is on stream, it's like, it's a party, So that is a question to ask her. She is currently actually working. The stream serves a dual purpose. It's obviously for fun, but also she is currently in the process of packaging up some stuff because she's got a pretty kick-ass cup business. Oh my god. I heard that rocket coming in. Here, let me lower the volume a little bit because my ears are getting blown out. Oh my god. Oops. I almost killed that man. That lad. Damn it. Schwayne Johnson says, good morning, happy new year, and congratulations on the engagement. I wish you and your fiance the happiest 2022 and every year to come after. Thank you so much, Schwayne Johnson. It's, man, the last couple of streams, whenever I referred to Rebecca, she was my partner that I'd say with a noticeable stutter. And the reason for that is because we kind of like, I don't know, man, like, girlfriend and boyfriend didn't seem right. Because I feel like it was just kind of like, we both have had, like, problems with, like, commitment, unhappy relationships in the past. And so for both of us, like, we're doing this again, boyfriend and girlfriend. Like, we had both committed to each other very early on. We both knew each other for a very long time. So we kind of knew what we were about, I guess. And so calling each other boyfriend and girlfriend just felt so, I guess, like, I don't know. And it's like, you know what? I found a good word for us to call each other. Fiance. And hopefully soon, husband and wife. And I'm really happy about that. 2021 ended on an unbelievably positive note, being able to finally put that goddamn ring on her finger and make that lifelong promise to her. Here, let's try going down here. Is this... So I haven't played the Halo 2 version of... crap, what's this map called? Crap, it's on the tip of my tongue. But that's actually cool. This is new, right? Bungie added like a little way to kind of... Oh my god! I'm gonna die. Damn it. Stream the wedding. The marriage battle pass. We'll grind it out. Gosh, Halo 2 is like a pretty game, you know? Especially after like the lighting correction that the MCC team did to kind of like pretty up the game a little bit more. It's like really pretty now looking. If it wasn't for like the kind of like borked physics, because the last update just completely busted Halo 2's physics. I say busted, that's a bit hyperbolic. It's Halo 2 right now does not perform the way it should. Like some weird acceleration tags are just like off, or I forgot the exact details, so it doesn't feel quite right, but it doesn't take away from how pretty it looks. Yeah, Halo games have aged pretty well. They have aged pretty well. Just also in general, I think this era of shooter has aged better than most because they didn't have photorealism to go for. Like, technically, that just wasn't possible. So a lot of heavy lifting had to be done artistically and in terms of, like, particle effects and game feel. Now, Halo 2, I think, is lacking some aspects. Like, Halo 3, in this interesting way, I almost think is, like, Halo 2 remastered, I guess is the best way to call it, because it tried to maintain that same art style look, but what it did with more time than it had was try to narrow down some of the game feel of, like, the animations and stuff. And then Halo Reach, I think, is the one where, you know, technology began getting to the point where they could start aiming more for photorealism. But yeah, Halo 2 and 3 I think are really interesting because they both start with Combat Evolved as a template, and each individual game makes adjustments to the presentation of Combat Evolved to make it look more stylistically pleasing. Like Halo 1, I think, mechanically is my favorite Halo game, but the game feel wasn't quite there because Bungie still didn't quite know what they were doing. You know, the impact of meleeing something felt kind of flat. And so with Halo 2, that's where they could start focusing on some things. Let's descope that guy, make sure he doesn't have a shot on us. There we go. Halo really needs a suppression medal. Like, I feel like every time you descope somebody, you should get, maybe in Halo Infinite, 10 points. And the longer you keep that, like, for every second that they're descoped, you get 5 points. 5 points. 5 points. You know, and it eventually leads to some kind of suppression assist medal. Because I feel like descoping is such, like, an undervalued mechanic that even, like, a lot of modern gamers probably don't know. You know? You'd be surprised at the amount of comments I get from people that are like, yo, why does my aiming down the sights keep getting interrupted? It's like, oh man, this must be a new player. They don't know what descoping is. So having like in-game reward systems to teach the player of that mechanic would be interesting. Do you think they will ever add Halo 5 to the MCC? No. Halo 5, I think, is way too mechanically complex to just bolt onto the MCC. A PC port could be cool. But I think if they do want to bring MCC or Halo 5 to the PC at some point, I would actually just do campaign edition. As goofy as that sounds, considering the campaign's, you know, how it is, I don't think it's worth, like, splitting up the player base. In fact, I kind of almost just wish that they'd, like, put more resources into improving the Halo 5 Forge tool for PC. If anything, drop it on Steam. Because that already has the server browser built into it. And that's, you know, who needs matchmaking when you have custom games? And it surgically detaches the player from the rec system, which is just loot boxes. So you don't have all those, like, controversies. You know? Here, let me back up just in case I missed something. The Muddler says, if Halo had a spin-off game, what genre would you like to see? So I actually have a couple of pitches. That's pretty cool that you asked that, because okay, so both are third person. Which one do you want to hear first? My Arbiter pitch or my ODST pitch? Halo Bro says, my brother and I were at a party yesterday, and I ran up to him and shouted, late night, got engaged, both went nuts, and everyone looked at us like... That's a pretty good story. Thank you for sharing that. Whew. Oh, boy. Did you really yell? Chill Edge says, Happy New Year, and kudos on the engagement. Your religion video on the Arbiter is what turned me onto you. Your weird attention to detail is similar to mine, smiley face. Your videos are unique. Dude, that warms my heart to hear you say that. I'm glad that I was able to inject a little bit of, like, personality. Man, that Arbiter video was, I still think, probably maybe my best video, or at least the one I'm most proud of. I'm not going to say best, because what's best is subjective to people. It's maybe the one that I'm the most proud of. So I appreciate that you liked it. Okay. Oh, boy. Oh, people are saying the ODST one. Okay, so my ODST pitch is basically a stealth espionage action game, where the idea is, like, take those banished, you know, the banished spaces, the way that they're designed, where it's kind of like just an environment, like a giant base with, like, 50 enemies inside, and once you initiate combat, like, all the entities inside the base are activated, and it just becomes kind of like a big blow-up fest. Kill all of the enemies, do all of the objectives, get out. Do something like that, but actually make it stealth-focused. So the idea is, like, combat in my ODST game is gonna suck deliberately. The shooting mechanics will be bad. You will not be able to take on elites. Grunts, maybe, but an elite would almost definitely be a death on your end. But you can go prone. You can cover yourself in mud. You can, like, pull bushes and branches over yourself. And it's this super complicated, in-depth stealth system. And the idea is you infiltrate, do your objectives, get out without raising an alarm. Because if you raise an alarm and combat is initiated, you're probably going to die. And preferably, like, difficulty could even be done around, like, what enemies will be patrolling, as well as possibly what kind of, like, what are the lighting conditions. So, like, at night, it may be a lot easier to see, or a lot harder for enemies to see you, but elites and jackals can see way better, because they've got those like, surgical implants in their eyes. I forgot, that's the game justification for why elites have a heads-up display in Halo 2 and Halo 3. Despite not wearing, like, you know, helmets with visors. It's because they're wearing contact lenses that have all their tactical information on it. So in a nighttime situation, the elites would be able to just use their HUD to mark, you know, heat signatures and stuff. And that's basically what I do, and you'd be able to, like, tactically outfit yourself with, like, suppressed weapons from the Halo series, like, you know, your Modern Warfare gun bench that everyone loves. That's where that would come into play. Not in, like, a traditional Halo game, but definitely in an ODST spin-off game. and you'd probably get points for how you'd get graded basically on like a Sonic the Hedgehog style D rank to S rank probably on how stealthily you completed your objective. And like an S rank would be like if literally nobody saw you and you didn't need to drop any bodies. Grunts could sniff you out. Yeah, that could be cool. Yeah, like basically what you'd have to do is approach the mechanics of each enemy completely differently because the type of game is completely different. So all the behaviors that we know those Covenant units to have, it would be completely different. So maybe grunts have really good noses or something. And so grunts, they're not too dangerous in combat, but they could easily interrupt your stealth. And like the only real way to be able to get the drop on them is when they're sleeping. And grunts are always sleeping. They're always like lazing off and stuff. So something you could even do is you could get like a sleeping dart and you could knock out grunts and it would appear as if a grunt is sleeping on the job. And the elite, pathetic grunt, get off your blah, 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 and it starts making a commotion. See this Welch here. Like, he slacks off in the face of our Covenant, and all the other units are like, what the fuck is all he yelling about? And they come over because they're distracted because they hear an elite just badgering a grunt, and it's a happy, fun time. So the Jackal snipers start lowering their weapons and snickering as they're watching, this grunt being told off, and there, you've created a distraction, and you can get in there and do what you gotta do. So something like that. That's basically my pitch for an ODST game. Is it's completely stealth-focused. Oh, boy. And what would actually happen what I would do is that could be there's a lot of people that are saying, what if the next Halo game, you had enemies to fight? And I'm like, that sounds like an apocalyptically bad idea for a like Master Chief in the marketing gunning down humans. Like, no, that's not gonna happen, That's like Batman versus Superman levels of misunderstanding the IP. But I think that in a spin-off game, something they could actually do to tie it, I guess, into like the modern Halo stories is have the game start off with Covenant, and by the end of the campaign, you could have a time jump, and your ODST character is maybe a bit aged, and now it's the Banished. And what's scarier is there are maybe some human defactors that are working with the Banished. And human enemies, they are ODSTs, just like you. So they employ many of the same stealth mechanics within that base. So it's kind of like uber hard mode infiltrating like Banished arms exchanges with human collaborators. Because you've got those super sharp-witted human AI to stealth up against. So, okay, my Arbiter pitch. My Arbiter pitch is basically... I was thinking about this while playing the Jedi Fallen Order, and I was customizing my lightsaber, and I was climbing rocks on a very... Here, you know what? We're going to switch over to Halo 4 and Halo 2 Anniversary to fill out that challenge. But my pitch is... Jedi Fallen Order, I thought about it while playing that game on the Darth Maul planet. I forgot what it's called, but the one that's super sandy. And I was like, I just for a second visualized Halo 5 Arbiter, like with the spines on his back from a third-person perspective, how cool that armor would look. And just picturing him, like the character using their energy sword to scale a mountain or a cliffside or something. And then I was thinking... what if like a grunt overcharged a plasma pistol and shot it at you, and you could like deflect it with your sword or take it with your energy shield? Like you could make a conscious choice to let the overcharged plasma pistol shot impact your energy shield, but that would allow you to swing your sword faster immediately after the deflect. Just now your defense is a lot weaker. And I was like, a defense system in a third-person action game that's centered around your sword and your personal energy shields and, like, trading one off for the other. You know, maybe you could have, like, an Arbiter charge where he, you know, and just starts running. And if your shields are at full charge, you can take the impact of just running into somebody. But you couldn't maybe do that if your shields were weak. You know, it would probably deal you a lot of damage to your health. And then it was just like, yeah, Jedi Fallen Order, a Souls-like game set in the Halo universe, starring the Arbiter on Sanghelios. And that's my pitch for an Arbiter spin-off game. You could have it be the Arbiter returning to Sanghelios after Halo 3 and seeing it in a state of civil war. Or you could do what, in my opinion, is a much more interesting idea, which is have it be just an unexplored Arbiter that we've never heard of before, who's maybe inspired by The Duel from Halo Legends. It's an Arbiter that is going up against the Covenant. Because I think you could do a lot more with that if it's not, like, our Arbiter. You know, you'd have a lot more, like, writing freedom if it's not a pre-established character. You know, and have big bosses. Could you imagine, like, Dark Souls-esque boss, but it's, like, a hunter pair? And, like, the phase of the bosses is you have to kill one of the hunters, and then weaken the other hunter, and then the worms from the other's corpse fuse together, and they form into a, what are they called? Goliaths? And that's the final phase of the boss fight, is taking down the Goliath. Just, you know, you could do a lot of stuff like that. Damn it. Is Late Night Gaming playing live right now? I am playing live right now. This is not a pre-recorded video that I happen to be streaming, but yeah, Happy New Year, everybody. What are your personal goals for the new year? I will list off my personal goals. My personal goals are to, oops, that was embarrassing. My personal goals are to create a voice acting demo reel, which Rebecca will probably help me out with, because she is right. I do need to do that. My second goal is probably to create, or not create, but get probably a pipeline working on reoccurring series for the YouTube channel, like the Evolution series. Make that reoccurring because people really like that, and possibly getting an editor to help me and turn it into a treadmill, you know, where we've always got a new one coming out, maybe every week or every other week. That way there's some consistency, and it also frees me up to do other kinds of, you know, videos. But and then that maybe would also be I'd be able to branch out to other series from that. But Jaden Abraham says, imagine if in Infinite, at one of the outposts you have to destroy a Halo Wars style base on Heroic and Legendary as a shield generator turret. That would be cool. That would be cool. Q Alter says, day 11 of trying to convince Tremonius to kindly F off in my Legendary Pacifist run. Also, congratulations. Poor Tremonius. I like that Tremonius, the reason he shows up to the Master Chief and he's so, like, pissed off is because he just got brutally humiliated in the last cutscene by the Blade Master. So, like, when Tremonius shows up and he's like, you know, I'm gonna rip you to piss bad about it, it's because he's in a really bad mood because he was just humiliated. Damn it. I was hoping I could headshot that guy. Holy crap, Eggman Gaming, just $117. Happy New Year, and congrats, ya bastard, watching you while working and being short-staffed, so really making my day. Looking forward to all the upcoming content. I have also finished the Infinite story, and I'm very confused, lol. Hoping you can explain it overall. Wow. Wow. I really appreciate that donation, Eggman. I am glad that I can entertain you. Rebecca's back, guys. Rebecca is back. The love of my life, my fiance. Okay, so are we okay to talk about spoilers, everybody? Even if you haven't played the campaign, I feel like maybe going in with some insight, because it is a little bit confusing. You may benefit from hearing what I have to say about Halo Infinite's campaign, because I have a lot of thoughts that both come from being a forerunner and being able to like speak, you know, to people, being friends with like writers at 343 and interesting conversations that have been had, like, as well as playing the game for myself and seeing the product that we played and kind of being like, okay, this is the story of Halo Infinite. Because Halo Infinite is, in my opinion, the best kind of game where it is ambitious but messy. And the messiness doesn't, I think, come from laziness. And that's what I kind of like about it. The messiness and the sloppiness comes more from it tripping over itself in its excitement. You know? There's nothing cynical about it. It doesn't feel like full of itself or poorly written, kind of like Halo 5. Halo Infinite genuinely feels like it is just barely stumbling over the finish line because it is so damn excited to tell you this story that it has. And a lot gets lost by that. You know, that enthusiasm. It comes across as like somebody rambling because they're so happy and excited about something. But, okay. Tempodic says, please no spoilers. Loli Dealer says spoilers are fine. Logan Paul says Halo Infinite, get the power seed. It's interesting you say that because I have a theory on why that power seed mechanic is overused so much. Because you never see the power seed in the open world. What you always see is that power seed used in the linear levels. And so my theory is that power seed mechanic is probably not so much done because it's like engaging. It's actually probably honestly done to slow the player down, because that with that grappling hook, you're just Spider-Manning your way through the levels. So probably without that power seed, you just beat the levels too fast. And so they have to come up with like arbitrary roadblocks. Which does definitely suck, because I think like the power seeds, that could be more interesting if they were used for like navigational purposes. Like, could you imagine if those linear levels, those stupid power seeds, instead of opening up the door you need to go through, they allowed for an alternative route to the same place? And I also think, like, the power seed just in general, what makes it kind of annoying as an interruption is how it puts you out of commission. Like, mechanically, you can't fight. Which, okay, like, got it. Like, this could be interesting if you are fighting somebody, or it could be annoying. And they probably thought it would be super annoying if you had to, like, navigate around an environment with a power seed well under fire. So they just didn't do that. So what you just end up with is you're holding a thing and you're just walking across the hallway over to a button over there and putting it in. Like, you're not really engaged. It's just there to waste your time because of that stupid grappling hook. You're beating the level too fast. They have to slow you down. Lila says possibly loading the next level. I don't know if that's the case, because sometimes you have to go through loading transitions while getting the power seed. Somebody asked if I'm playing Mixed or Fiesta. I am playing Fiesta right now, but I am going to switch over to Mixed. I think, honestly, the power seeds would be more interesting if you could bring Marines into those linear levels and have, like, Marines pick them up, you know, and you got to keep your Marine squad alive. I mean, obviously don't do, like, a fail state, because that would suck. Just basically the consequence of failing to keep all the Marine escorts alive is you got to do it yourself. Because that would be obnoxious if it's like, you know, mission checkpoint reset, all your squad died. You know, I get like flashbacks to Captain Keyes in Truth and Reconciliation, how obnoxious that was when he died. Shwayne Johnson says, inversely, power seeds could be powering AA towers or turrets. You could have to fight through tough enemies to take the seed out of its... Yeah! Yeah! I like that. Could you imagine if your bases would periodically get attacked by Banished in the open world, and you could get, like, UNSC turrets, and in order to power up your defenses, so they could kind of, like, sustain themselves in staving off the Banished, you had to go to Banished bases and take their power seeds, load it up into a Razorback hog, and then carry it to your base and plug it in. And that could even be a soft mechanic of its own, basically, like an in-world mechanic for disabling kind of the base invasions. If your base does not have auto turrets, you're going to get attacked by Banished every now and then, and you have to defend your fobs. But if you have power seeds at your bases, don't worry, the turrets will take care of it. Like, your bases will be fine. You know, that way you can opt out of that, like, base defense minigame via an in-game mechanic. Ray Clemenis. Man, I butchered that name. Clemenis. Let's say it like that. Congrats on your engagement. I hope you guys live a long and happy life together. Ray, that means a lot to hear. It's still, man, butterflies, you know? That is a... Being able to make a lifelong promise like that to somebody is really special, and I hope all of you get the opportunity to make that promise. Chill Edge says, okay, Preston, a settlement needs your help. See, I actually don't mind in Halo the a settlement needs your help thing. In Fallout, it's annoying because Fallout... The replayability from Fallout, I think, actually comes from a narrative and RPG systems. So what's annoying about a settlement needs your help is that is like a mechanical replay. And that just saps away from the RPG and story elements because it makes the world of Fallout feel very like artificial and kind of bland. Where Halo is a very mechanically driven game. And so coming up with excuses to have more gameplay, you know? Like, in fact, I think, like, the worst aspect of Halo Infinite is the lack of tools to enable replay value. Because, like, the actual combat loop with the enemies is a lot of fun. There just isn't a lot of ways to replay the campaign without literally restarting the campaign, you know? So, excuses to have banished attacks, banished invasions, like... All of that is welcome to me, because I want more excuses to fight the Banished. Maverick Jackson says, what are your thoughts on the high-value targets? They're fine. What I will give is I'm very happy that none of them are bullet sponges. I do like that it's... So my biggest fear when I saw that health bar in the trailers for the game was I was like, oh no. Is this going to be like a living creature that for some reason is able to tank headshots simply because he has a cartoon health bar above his head? Like, the game has just decided this creature has the supernatural ability to absorb bullets into his head. But what I like about the bosses, at least, is the health bar seems almost, like, inconsequential. Like, it's literally just there because it's the named target. Like, in terms of their health and their shield status, they feel like other AI. You can melt them if you know what you're doing. You know, it doesn't just feel like a bullet sponge. Thunderman says, sorry for my comments. I love the Prometheans and I don't want to see them gone. I agree with your video on them. So I've actually thought about the Prometheans a little bit, and I don't think the Prometheans are strong enough as a combat loop. I don't think that, like, 343 fiddled with them for about 2 games, and I feel like even 343 have now kind of like tapped them out. What they could do, and I kind of think about this the same way with the Flood, where I also don't think the Flood should come back as a main narrative threat. But the Sentinels in previous Halo games were never an enemy type. In fact, in my opinion, Halo Infinite is the first Halo game where Sentinels are an enemy type. They have, like, AI. They have combat patterns. They'll melee you. They have voice cues. They recoil. They have very complicated animations and AI routines. Where in previous games, they were more or less just an environmental hazard that was kind of neutral. They were almost like their mechanics depended on the story. Sometimes they'd just shoot at Covenant. Sometimes they'd shoot at you. They were just hazards. Turning the Prometheans into something like that could be interesting. So could you imagine if, like, there were, like, Forerunner, like, Promethean lockers in like environments, and they stood out, they looked awkward, you know, because Promethean stuff doesn't really look very Forerunner-y. So could you imagine, like, in a classic Forerunner environment, just an ominous orange glow in the corner, and it's like a Promethean looking pod thing? Well, shoot that pod, and the pod starts activating, an alarm starts activating, and those floaty bits are back, and the pod starts forming into a Promethean knight, but it looks all fucked up and, like, half finished, and it's like, blah, and it's, like, crawling around with its floaty bit arms, and it's just attacking everything around it as, like, an environmental hazard you can activate. And the problem with that hazard is, if you're not smart, that thing could also come after you. But it's kind of like this monkey wrench you could throw into the whole, you know, combat routine. And I feel the same way about the Flood. I feel like, could you imagine, like, Silexes that have infection forms, and you just pop open a Silex, and infection forms start spewing out of it, and boom, now the room is full of Flood. It's not a story-related thing, because if you move on, like, all those Flood will despawn, it's whatever. It's just a fun little variable to throw into combat encounters. Those are my thoughts on the Prometheans. I just don't think the Prometheans are fun enough to be, like, a main antagonistic force. I think artistically they just don't kind of match well with the Halo aesthetic. And even stylistically, I don't think they're very Forerunner-y. But if you were to use them tactically as, like, environmental hazards, it would also allow people to develop, like, more positive relationships with them. Because they'd be like, dude, the Prometheans are so fun in Halo Infinite. I love whenever a grunt moves near one and I activate it and it comes to life and the grunt starts screaming and running around. As opposed to being, like, forced to fight these stupid things. Oh, this poor guy. They lost a teammate, I think. Where are they all hiding? Nope, not there. Do you think Jago will return? Oh, the Blade Master? Yeah. That guy's gonna return. When you kill him, he cloaks. Like, his body doesn't hit the hit the floor. Doesn't he have, like, even a specific animation? It looks like he falls onto his elbow, like he's about to get up, and then he just cloaks and vanishes. Like, that's not a bug, you know? That's very intentional and deliberate. Because it's not even, like, a point of despawning an enemy. Halo Infinite has, you know, a visual for despawning enemies, and it does not look like what happened to the Blade Master during his boss fight. That was an intentional design decision. I think we're going to see him again. which is good, because I think Halo needs more reoccurring villains. Shwayne Johnson says, if or when the Endless show up as an enemy type in Infinite, how would they fit into the sandbox to differentiate from third factions in the past? So the Endless, the way I'd maybe, and this is actually kind of like a pitch that I'm unfortunately stealing from my friend Jeremy, who worked on Halo Wars 2. He and I had this interesting talk before he left 343, and it wasn't I planned to do this. It was more of like, we both said to each other, we were like, quick, if you were in charge of the Halo series, how would you do the Prometheans in a combat loop to make them more interesting? And Jeremy was like, if I was in charge, here's what I'd do. And his pitch was that Prometheans would be the core. So, like, the creature itself is, like, small, and it's like a core, almost kind of like maybe a crawler. And the idea is it would run around, and it would scavenge in the Forerunner environments and build up its armor and become the role it's trying to look for. And if you knock off enough armor, it may form itself into a new role. Or, you know, it would just completely shed everything and run for it from the player, or run at you and explode. Basically, that's what you do with the Prometheans. So you don't have the Crawler, the Watcher, the Knight. It's just the Promethean, and it would adopt different combat forms to engage the player on the fly. And I'm like, that could maybe, you know, the name Endless. It's very ominous sounding. What if they do something like that? Because the Harbinger has already shown that her species is very familiar with Forerunner technology, to the point that she understood that Reclaimers, humanity, are the only ones who can interact with Forerunner technology. So she ripped out that Monitor's brain to use it as a remote control to get the Sentinels on her side. And that's why the Sentinels are fighting with the Banished. It's because the Harbinger has that Monitor brain. But thoughts on how much of the map is entirely empty in Halo Infinite? Yeah, there's a lot of unused space, and it's not good kind of unused space to where I'm like, just put some encounters here and there, you know? I was talking to Masters, the SPV3 guy, and he made a very interesting point to me, where he was like, a lot of the encounters in Halo Infinite, it feels almost like they were designed as excuses. Like, this map is empty, put a squad of Marines here and highlight it on your HUD. And he was like, think about the second level of Halo Combat Evolved, the end of it, where there's those 3 parts of the map where the squads of Marines are. Those weren't just random, you know? It wasn't just like a bunch of Marines in a clearing. Like, there was cover, there were tunnels underground, or the cliffside, the rock fall on the cliff, you know? That wasn't just like a random chunk of the map that some developers plopped Marines into. You know, the amount of dropships that would come in, the amount of Marines where they were stationed, the cover that you had, that was very deliberately curated. Where in Halo Infinite, they don't feel curated like that. You know, it does feel kind of like an afterthought. And there are some quotes from Joe Staten where he talks about there not being enough Marines in the original Chris Lee version, I'll call it. The Chris Lee version of Halo Infinite from last year, the Craig version. And so over this last year, they've been busy populating the map with more Marine encounters and upgrading their AI. And it does kind of feel like that. Something I think Halo Infinite could benefit from, actually, is more Radiant Banished encounters in the wild and Marine encounters. Because all the Marines, which is very strange, is that, think about it this way. In Halo Infinite, all your encounters with Marines are marked on your HUD, like you know that they're coming. Whereas before in a Halo level, you just move through the Halo level and you hear gunfire, and you're like, what's that? And then you move through that checkpoint zone and you stumble upon a massive firefight. In Halo Infinite, you highlight the firefight on your mini-map and then go to it. There's nothing very organic about it when you stumble upon a firefight. And I'd like to see a little bit less artificiality there, you know? Have some radiant combat encounters in the wild. Ashay says, I like Esherim, and a good chunk of it is due to Darren Zupal's performance. Yeah. Oh, man. Okay, we want to talk about bosses, or the villains, the antagonists for a second. We can talk about the antagonists. Heisenberger says, oh, also congrats. Also, Heisenberger, I saw Egg Part 2 on the last stream. Guys, Heisenberger has been popping in every now and then, and he's been drip feeding us the recipe to something. I'm not sure what it is, but... So we've got egg. Zoe Morningstar says, hello, Luke the Notable. I see you're enjoying some based Halo 2 Anniversary multiplayer. I am. We're completing the challenges. I've only got 3 more matches to do. Also, I've got to ask, so people have been calling me Luke the Notable for an extremely long time. I see it every now and then, and I've never really commented on it. Is this a joke that I'm not aware of? What's going on? Why do people keep calling me Luke the Notable? What's going on? Here, I think I'm going to go with... Nah. Damn it. Angel of Praxia says, hey, Late Night, I love your videos about the intricacies of the animation. Is there a game besides Halo that make you feel like the Halo that you like the animations of in some way? Oh, definitely. It's not just Halo. The new Modern Warfare games from Infinity Ward, Modern Warfare 2019, I played that game a lot. Not because, I mean, the shooting felt a lot of fun, but a large part of that was the astonishing attention to detail when it came to the animation quality. It's like, in fact, a lot of the reasons that I die in those games is because I'm not paying attention, because I'm looking at the way that, like, the gun will shift in the player's hand or something, or the player's hand will, like, twitch and get a better grip on the gun. It's just, like, really good stuff. Trying to think of other games with like extremely good animation quality. The Gears of War games, I think, are kind of like underappreciated. Like, I think of the way that your big slab of meat Gears character will just slam into a wall of cover. It's like, geez, you know, because that is a combination of quite a few different teams. You gotta have one guy. You gotta have one department. I'm not sure who it would be, but making sure that the way that the controller vibrates feels good. And also there's that slight delay with the controller vibration. It's like you just, bam, you slam into the cover, and it's like after that happens, you get the boom, the vibration. And it's just like, oh, that was nice, you know? And then you got the sound design, you got a particle effect that comes off the wall. It's just like, God, you know? Gears has some really good art direction. Got him. Okay, let's hide over here. Nice triple. Oh, I got a triple? I didn't notice. I'm in a bit of a rush right now. Something I will say is my MCC game has improved since playing Halo Infinite. I'm not sure why that would be. Maybe it's because, like, the aiming just feels so much better on MCC, so a lot of the small micro adjustments that I have to constantly make in Halo Infinite, I don't need to do them now, so my aiming is much more precise. Fuck, I need to get a shotgun. Oh, I'm boned. I have boned. Yep, there we go. Anthony says, as a diehard Gears fan, I would love to see it get a bit grittier and go back to its roots. I do think that the new Gears games are pretty, maybe not gritty. It's definitely more... Is this locking onto the turret? Huh. The new Gears games, I think, are leaning way more into the horror aspects of Gears, where the original series, I think, used horror tastefully before kind of really going into that, like, you know, World War II vibe with Gears of War 2. And then Gears of War 3 pivoted back to the horror. And I think Gears of War 4 just built on the horror elements, where Gears of War 5 is trying to go back to the warfare thing. Gears of War 5, though, I definitely think, like, these new... And it's kind of like, unfortunately, you saw the... And people say that the assault rifle was only good in Halo Infinite. You see that? The assault rifle isn't good if you can just use it exclusively to get double kills. Being able to combo it with your grenades or your melee attacks and stuff, turning it into the ultimate golden triangle weapon, that can make the assault rifle good. But that was a bizarre tangent I just went on. Gears of War, the new Gears of War games suffer from that just like problem. I'm not sure what it is, if it's like maybe new talent within the industry versus some of the old guard who have been designing like those old games and they've been in for a while, so they understand kind of the small intricacies of game feel. But like just a lot of games really lack impact now. They kind of almost exclusively rely on kind of like these algorithmically generated destruction systems that never look nearly as good as something handcrafted by the artists. So it's like in previous Gears games when you're like chainsawing a grub, and they'll just be like, you know, and they'll be vibrating in this comical way. And it's like this very, very silly, like, hand-animated thing versus now where it feels almost like they're relying on a physics system in order to do a lot of those animations. I'm sure that there is also some artistry involved, but it's... I do also wonder if some of it is implied viscera due to the lack of detail. And what do I mean by that? Well, I mean, it's something actually that this interesting YouTuber, his name's Josh Stryface, who he mostly does MMO stuff, but he said something that was kind of interesting, which is in the chase for better graphics, MMOs currently are losing out on what imagination can bring. So like you can have like the most impressive magical spellcasting animation on planet Earth, but nothing will beat the wonder that came from just like a crappy looking like game, because your childlike imagination kind of fills in the blanks and adds all the detail. And the same is kind of with graphics, you know? Kind of like with Master Chief's armor from Halo 2, something that I had learned being, you know, a forerunner is, you know, and listening to some of the artists on Halo Infinite, they said with Bungie, a lot of the grittiness people said about the armor, the way you could, you know, it just looked scratchy and grungy and dirty and like really like heavy metal. A lot of that was actually texture compression, like just the scratchy looking look of older games. And what's kind of beautiful about that era is that it kind of speaks to how just woefully wrong that saying is, that like, you know, video games rot your mind. Gamers are adding imagination to the game. They're looking at that scratchy mess of compressed pixels, and their brains are applying detail. They are seeing rust and wear and tear and all of that stuff, and their minds are filling in the blanks and enhancing the game visuals. And what's kind of difficult about translating the art style of an older Halo game is, well, now you don't have texture compression and stuff. Like, you can go in depth with those textures. And so what an artist may see in trying to directly translate what Bungie was trying to do versus what we interpreted, you know, sometimes it's out of sync with what the artists think they should do. Random Dude says, I'm going off. Peace. We'll see you later, random dude. Sam says, hey man, congratulations on your proposal. Sam, it feels good to hear people saying that. You're one of many people to wish me congratulations, and it never not stops feeling good. It feels awesome to be able to look at that ring on her finger and call her my fiance. Spartan Wolfie says, yeah, but not in the anniversary versions. See, it's interesting you say that, because I actually think that there are areas of Halo 2 Anniversary, where I disagree artistically with a choice made, where I'm like, nah, no, that's wrong. That's not how Bungie wanted it to look. And that's, it's because of how subjective it is, because I think Halo 2 Anniversary did as close to a one-to-one translation of the art as they could. And where my disagreements lay is subjective disagreements, where I feel like, no, I interpreted the tone of this level being more like this. I think of look at this. Look at the glove here. Do you see how bumpy it is and stuff? The reason I think it looks fine in this game is because it's a flat texture, nothing is actually raised. But if that was fully 3D and all of those bumps on that Spartan glove were 3D and raised off of the glove, I feel like I don't like holes on things, like lots and lots of small holes. It makes me feel very, very anxious and kind of I don't like that. I recoil from that visual. So, and the same goes for lots and lots of clusters of bumps. I feel like these gloves would give me a lot of anxiety if they weren't a flat 2D thing. So if they were to make a Halo 4 Anniversary, I would hate to see what the gloves look like, seeing all of those little bumps and grooves raised off. It would just it would look ugly. It would look like the Spartan's covered in warts. The only reason it looks good here is because it's a flat texture. And that's an example of literally translating art. Oh boy. Come on. Yeah. Do you drop a saw? All right, we'll take it. Let's run up here. But I mean, you think 343 Guilty Spark CEA was a good rendition of the mission? Oh, okay. Let's talk about Combat Evolved Anniversary for a second. Combat Evolved Anniversary, something that's kind of interesting that explains a lot of the artistic, just bafflingly bad choices, was it was Saber's first project remastering Halo Combat Evolved. And what they were originally intending to do was prettyifying the game. It was just make it pretty, make it wow, make it boom, make it the celebration of Halo. Not aesthetically accurate, but more of just make Halo Combat Evolved look like Halo Reach. Make it look beautiful. To the point that even the skyboxes were just wrong for Halo Combat Evolved. Microsoft at some point, if I remember right, had to kind of step in and be like, whoa, you guys are going too far. We got to rein it back a bit. Some skyboxes had to be redesigned to be more accurate to the original. So it was, from the outlook, Combat Evolved Anniversary was the wrong kind of remaster to make, because it was trying to be a love letter to just Halo's visuals at that 2010 era, not a remake of Combat Evolved. So Combat Evolved Anniversary, it's very hard for me to judge it, because it's yes, it does not look like Halo Combat Evolved at all. The tone is wrong on most levels. The lighting is wrong. The colors are wrong. It doesn't look like Combat Evolved. Now, that being said, it's a very pretty looking Halo game. Very pretty. It just doesn't look like Combat Evolved. And then, anytime a character model stands anywhere, the game kind of, the presentation takes a nosedive because Chief just looks so wrong in Combat Evolved Anniversary. God, Halo 4 is a really easy game. Because it feels kind of like Halo Infinite. I mean, just kind of like the run, see a guy, shoot, run. Like that, you know, feels kind of like Halo Infinite, but just like none of the guns have very complicated mechanics, I guess. Not to say like Halo Infinite, you know, is the bastion of complex video game innovation, but like stuff like the heat wave. You know, you can't just Rudy-tooty point and shooty. You do have to think a bit more with the heat wave in order to get your kills. It doesn't just give them to you for free. Let's hide. Somebody's coming, I hear. Damn it! Okay. Do you feel the campaign felt short in Halo Infinite? I feel like the campaign, if anything, was maybe a little bit too long. And a lot of that is because, so if we're going to talk about the campaign, guys, we'll mention spoilers for a little bit, okay? I think that the opening level of the campaign took far too long. Like, Bracken, the warship Bracken was a lot of fun, but then the immediate next Forerunner environment, as beautiful as it was, it took far too long to get going, you know? And the environments were not very varied. And by varied, I don't mean like, you mean it looked like a Forerunner environment. No, what I mean is, so consider like Halo 2's Forerunner environments. What Bungie did that was very clever is every time you're in a Forerunner environment, the setting is different. So Forerunner Bio Lab. So it's all those same Forerunner textures and stuff, but there's this thick green fog in the atmosphere. Then you've got Forerunner environment, but just the left side of the level or the right side of the level is completely open and snow is blowing in. You know, so you've got snowfall in a Forerunner environment. Like, they mashed two different ideas to bring them together. And I feel like what kind of sucked about those beginning Forerunner environments is you get that initial promise of a broken Forerunner ring, and then that never comes back, really, in the level design. Like, could you imagine, like, a Forerunner environment, like a giant cathedral-like hall, but there is a huge hole in the ceiling, and sunlight is beaming down into it and bathing the room in a golden glow, and you've got maybe, like, you know, leaves kind of lazily drifting in, and you've got maybe a pile of dirt at the bottom just to spice up the visuals a bit, you know? Eggman Gaming says, okay, maybe I have more money for you. I have one other complaint that in Infinite, that one part where you have to go across that one part of the map for the first four things felt like just time extenders and took me out of the game for a bit. Like, I got bored. Yep. Eggman, you and I was about to bring that up. Sequence. That I think was probably the worst part of Halo Infinite, where it just literally felt like anything to extend the playtime. It's like, I feel like almost, so AA Gun Island, where the AA guns are, where, you know, the Pelican goes down, that I think was perfect. It was perfect. That's how you do open world Halo. It's not very large, and at any moment during the open world sequence, you have a visual sightline on what the next objective is, and it guides you to it. It's almost like designed like a triangle, the map, you know, where there is a path from one objective to the next. You don't have to actually do any backtracking. You just make a lap around the island and you're good to go. With that final sequence island, I call it, where you have to go to the 4 beam towers, that feels like a lot of backtracking and driving away from a place, and it's just so big. And there's not a lot that happens in it, you know? Yeah, and that's my problem with sequence, I guess, is it's just like way too big and way too much backtracking. Like Aegon Island, perfect. That first area, the tower, I also think like that tower level, I feel like what you should have, here's the way that I probably would have designed a lot of the Halo Infinite open worlds. Way more emphasis on road. Like, I would have gotten rid of the player's grappling hook. That way you can't scale mountains and get lost, and then you're like, where the fuck do I go? And you're forced to open up your map. I would have gotten rid of the grappling hook, and there's a huge emphasis on roads and following the road. And all of your encounters are littered along the road, and you start from one end of the island, and you have to get to the other end of the island. Never drop the player in the middle of an island, kind of like that first open world environment does. Because then the problem is you do a lot of backtracking through it and getting lost. One of the marine encounters, it's in a cave, or not a cave, but like a kind of carved out chunk of a mountainside. Some of you probably know it's on the first island where the open world opens up. There's a razorback waiting for you when you free those marines, but there's no road to get that razorback out of that cave. At least not one that I can find. So it feels like chunks of the open world, they don't guide the player well, and they almost just assumed that you'd open up your map and place a waypoint marker and then grapple hook your way over to it. And at that point, you start feeling lost and like the game isn't guiding you and you're having to just follow a waypoint marker. And Aegon Island, I think, is the only island in Halo Infinite where you honestly don't need to ever open up your map. You know where to go at all times. Shell Hunter says, how do you feel about Melee Lunge? I think it's a terrible addition that devolves close-range gunfights into magnetic boxing matches. That's a great way to put it, Shell Hunter. I think of, and it's a mechanic to make meleeing much easier for the player. Like, that's why it exists, you know? Because the idea is you can look at a player and then just, voop, and you're kind of, like, drawn to the player and you punch them. But what I hate about it is that you have to, like, you know, and you become disconnected. Like, you have to pull yourself off of the player after a melee attack. And I remember in Combat Evolved, like, rapidly beating down fleeing grunts, and just, because there's no melee lunge, I have the freedom to just boom, boom, you're dead, you're dead, you're dead. Like, you're not glued to a single one. You can just rapidly beat them all down with a lot of freedom. I do wish that 343 would allow us to turn off, in the setting, the melee lunge, because I think that it hinders your gameplay more than it helps. Now, that's not to say Combat Evolved melee is perfect, you know, because Combat Evolved, I think I said earlier in the stream, what Combat Evolved excelled in mechanically, I think it didn't quite do well in terms of game feel, the impact of things. And that's what the other Halo games, I think, did quite well. You know, the shake of the screen after a melee attack, the sound design and everything. If you were to combine the lack of melee lunge with the now modern kind of like approach to animation style, you get something that feels pretty snazzy. Oh boy. I think this is our last Halo 4 game, and then I finish the challenge, and we can go on to more fun stuff. Oh, sorry, buddy. Metroid's Adam. Zeta, Halo has been damaged dramatically. The cause is unknown. Be careful trying to find 117, lady. Man, Metroid Dread's a good game. Oops, I made a mistake. Here, let's run away. I hope this thing comes back. Because Halo Infinite, it thinks what made Halo 3's equipment system cool is just that it's an equipment system, but what it did actually, I think, was just bring back armor abilities, because they're all player-centric, you know? For me, the equipment system is a neutral gadget that you throw out into the environment, and it just kind of, like, exists independently of the player once it's thrown out, you know? And, what I think kind of, like, suffers in the Halo Infinite department is, like, you can't use any equipment to, like, help Marines, you know? They're all, like, personal things. Like, Master Chief has a thruster pack. Master Chief has a grappling hook. Master Chief has a sensor dart that helps him. And it's just a lot of player-focused superpowers. And I'm like, can we have some, like, more neutral stuff? Like being able to throw out a zipline that the Marines can use to zipline right into the heart of a banished base? Can we have a gadget that's a vehicle repair tool? So if we, like, really like our Marines and our vehicle sustains a lot of damage, we can pull to the side of the road and then use up that gadget that we found back at that banished base to get our vehicle back in order. Because I do also think it just letting the player have that forever unlimited, it just has a cooldown, that doesn't encourage exploration quite as much. Because it's almost like you have to take things away from the player to encourage them to find those things that they want, you know? Because you pull over on the side of the road and you're thinking, I only got 2 charges left in my grappling hook, my drop walls are completely spent, and there's a crashed UNSC pod over there. I'm going to check it to see if there's some supplies there. And then you get ambushed or something. Like, more stories can form by restricting players' access to things because it encourages them to explore and scavenge and stuff. You know, and that gameplay kind of sustains itself more than... We just gave you everything forever, and it recharges indefinitely, and all that you really explore for are skulls, and once you find those skulls, they're yours forever. And then players, you know, it's no wonder that they're like, man, the open world was kind of boring after I beat the game. It's like, yeah, because the game gave you everything. And then once you were fully empowered, there was no reason to keep playing. But if you deliberately, as a gameplay mechanic, have the player constantly scavenging, that's how you generate your own replay value. Lemon Digest, oh, this is Steve, who says, hey, got COVID, but congrats on her saying yes, by the way. Thank you so much, Steve. It was an amazingly magical moment. It was amazing. It was genuinely fantastic when she said yes. I barely got my word. Like, guys, proposals, they're not like in the movies. They're not these, like, romantic, dramatic things. There is crying, there is stammering, there is... just shaking because you're so excited. It was amazing. I really can't wait for the mod tools to arrive for Halo 4. I'd kill to have, like, mods that inject classic sounds. Like the classic shield recharge. Next kill wins. If you're wondering why I have my crosshair centered in Halo 4, it's because prior to Halo Infinite's launch, I was screwing around with seeing if I could get the view models exactly like Halo 5's view models. As just like a fun little experiment, locking the FOV to 78 like Halo 5, and then getting the view models to look like Halo 5's. Ah, that was a yummy drink. Settings, Challenge Hub. All right, win competitive match-made games. We'll see if we can do it. Who's playing competitive matchmaking in the year of our Lord 2022? God, completing objective games. I guess maybe we'd have a better chance in squad battles. People seem to play squad battles quite a bit. What was your favorite boss fight in Halo Infinite and your least favorite? Oh, favorite boss fight. Oh, you know who's my favorite boss fight in the game? The Sub-Monitor. If we're going to talk about good characters, Halo Infinite has probably my new favorite, like, I think this is one that is, like, you know, the pilot, I want to be with him a bit more before I call him, like, an iconic Halo character. Same with the weapon. But the Sub-Monitor of Zeta Halo is, it's like immediately I'm like, yep, I'm going to remember this guy for a while. He was a fun character. I love the Sub-Monitor. And his boss fights were also quite a lot of fun. I just like that, like, so something that kind of, I know that a lot of people like Exuberant Witness, and this could totally be me, just like, you know, Boomer, Angry Man Yells at Clouds. I really don't like Exuberant Witness. I think she's very obnoxious. She feels almost kind of like a facsimile of what a monitor is like, and not really like a Halo monitor. Just something about her is just, like, wrong. Like, the kind of exciting bubbliness, and then it doesn't help that they also just had, like, the wrong voice filter over her voice. For a monitor, you're supposed to use a guitar flanger. That's the sound effect that was put over Guilty Spark's voice to make him sound like that, and they just used the wrong one for Exuberant Witness. And with the Sub-Monitor, what I really like is he's back to that, like, that old monitor where they're just, like, babbling incoherently and they're just, like, living in their own heads. And I just like the way he's just talking and he's not paying attention to you, and he doesn't even, like, explain himself. He just assumes you're on his side, and it's kind of the monitor's own fault. You know, he's like, I thought you were my friend. It's like, yeah, because you didn't stop for a second to let Chief, like, explain what's going on. Like, that, the monitors create their own villains in the Halo universe just because they won't slow down for a second and listen to anybody else. And I like that happened with the Sub-Monitor. Steve says, dude, I hope Halo 4 mods that let us add AI to Forge are included. Yeah. God, I'd love to make, like, my own AI battles and stuff. Yeah, no, I also like that the he didn't just die, you know, the Sub-Monitor, because I feel like that was too gold of a character. The monitors also come across as kind of like, I've described them in the past. If the Halo, like the world of Halo, the Halo ring itself, is a haunted mansion that your broken down car pulled up in front of and you have no choice but to knock on the door of, the monitor is the equivalent of the creepy butler that is giving you very bad vibes. It's like, come in out of the rain, the master will be home soon. Like, that's basically what the monitor is. Like, out of the gate, it's like, okay, this guy's helping me, but I'm getting, like, very bad vibes, you know, and he's muttering to himself, and oh, excuse me, I'll be back in a moment, and then they leave through, like, a bookcase revolving door, and you're just like, I don't like this place, I need to leave. That's basically what a monitor is to me, and the new monitor character, I love him. Opinions on 2401 Penitent Tangent Monitor of Installation 05. He's the same way. Where they're just like, they're living in their own heads. They're not, like, listening to anybody, you know? And he was also very fun. It wasn't, I forgot who the voice actor was for Jerry, the Monitor of Installation 05. I forgot who the voice actor for Jerry was, but he was pretty good. Clanka Plume donates $2 CA. What is that? Canadian money? It's probably not Canadian money, and I just probably sounded like a dork saying that, but okay, I can't find any match-made competitive games. I guess we could just do Old Faithful, which is Halo 3 Team Slayer. That usually has people playing. Taco Dealer says, what 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 call it, oh, why call it wrong and not different for exuberant? It just feels like different equals wrong to a lot of people, even though when the difference is nice to many. So that's a fair point, Taco Dealer. The reason I say wrong is because I don't think the idea for exuberant was to make her different. I feel like it was just kind of like, the same reason Buck wasn't written well in Halo 5. He wasn't written like a Buck. Chief didn't really feel like Chief. He didn't even feel like Halo 4's Chief. He just felt like a fan trying to copy the writing style of Chief. Just across the board, the character writing was bad for everybody in that game. Same with like Arbiter. So with Exuberant, I do genuinely think it wasn't them trying to be different. I think it was just a badly written Monitor character. Like, if we do see Exuberant again, I feel like she'd be written, like, with the current writing people at 343, she'd probably feel more like a Monitor to me. Steve says, I'm a genius, says Creepy Butler, hashtag 343. Eggman Gaming says, the Bulldog and Commando feel better in the campaign than they do in the multiplayer. I also feel that the Master Chief is more human in this game, even if he is super depressed, to be honest. The Bulldog and the Commando definitely feel better in the campaign, and I think a lot of that is because the campaign has different balancing from the multiplayer, which I'm not the biggest fan of. Like, splitting up the way that the sandbox works between campaign and multiplayer. I know why they did it. Because Halo Infinite is going to be this, like, live game that they're constantly adding weapons to and stuff, but, and just kind of like the way that modern sandboxes are designed. And, but I guess, like, I feel kind of like Halo, the way that it approaches balancing is not nerfing or rebalancing weapons, it's adding weapons or subtracting weapons from a map, If the sniper rifle is OP, instead of nerfing the sniper rifle, you place it on a map where it is not as OP. Or you place more snipers on that map. That way that map basically becomes the map where everyone uses snipers, and a sniper counters a sniper. So the modern way, though, unfortunately, what Call of Duty has kind of taught the game industry is that the way that you design a multiplayer game is if people want to use a gun and the gun isn't getting them the kills that they want, they call it underpowered, and the devs buff it until they can go on killing sprees with the gun that they like. And I guess that's not kind of the game that Halo is. At least to me. That being said, though, I do have a couple of, like, personal gripes with Halo Infinite, where I do think, like, its sandbox, while being solid, there are a couple of core design choices with its weapons that I disagree with. Noah Burke says, Delta Halo is my favorite by far. Feels more mysterious and a better aesthetic, and the Flood makes Halo better. I do quite like the Flood. I just think in general, a third faction is kind of like the way to go. I am a bit disappointed that the Sentinels work with the Banished in Halo Infinite, because I feel like the Sentinels being their own, the Ring being its own independent thing is exciting. Could you imagine if you caused enough chaos on the Ring? Like if you shot enough stuff or blew up enough stuff, or you met some kind of trigger, like the Ring's security systems activate and like the sky fills with Sentinels and a couple of them will descend to investigate. And you can kind of like stealth your way away from them or engage with them. And hey, for your troubles, you're able to acquire a couple of Forerunner weapons off the chassis of those Sentinels. Steve says, PT was literally held by a grave mine and gave 0 Fs. Oh, yeah. Little Jerry, the Monitor of Installation 05. I do like that when Master Chief shows up in Halo 2 to the grave mine's lair, And the whole time you're thinking, like, where's the monitor of this Halo ring? We haven't seen it all game. And it's like, well, you find out where it is. The Gravemind captured the monitor a long time ago, and the monitor is just floating there, kind of like covered in tentacles. And it's like, oh, thank God you're here. We need to do X. This infestation, as you can see, has grown out of control. And, like, you know, and then the Gravemind just pulls the monitor back into its pit, and you can hear it still just, like, babbling and arguing with the Prophet. Like, God, I love Halo 2. It's so well written. Savart, the Lore Master Farmer, says, I really hope 343 tries again with non-chief playable characters, and if they do, I hope they keep their helmet on. I think that you never see Noble Six's race, and you get to set your own gender is awesome for representation. Yeah, in fact, actually, that's part of why I don't like that 343, at least for Halo 4 and 5. They've toned it down with Chief in Halo Infinite, which is nice. But, like, this emphasis on he's a human, he's a person and stuff. And I feel like that is kind of like, for the books, sure, you know, the books do explore that. But that's kind of the beauty of the books, is that they tell a very different side of the Chief from what the games tell. And in the games, Chief is the best kind of protagonist, where he is co-piloted by the player character. In the cutscenes, there's enough personality there for the player to kind of get the gist on who Chief is. So when gameplay resumes, that's where you're the Master Chief, you know? And you never show his face. Like, for a while, people didn't even know what his, like, you know, what his skin color was, how old he was. At least, you know, if you didn't read the books. But now, like, the games have been so insistent on kind of boiling Chief down to every single detail. Like, I like Chief better when it's like, you know, you could picture, you know, Chief, like, the helmet opening up and there's just nothing inside, and then you can hear that voice, you know, get in. We're gonna go hunt the banished, you know, and it's you're in the armor and Chief's with you and you both are taking it on together. Like, that's the best way to do a game Master Chief, in my opinion. Where the more humanistic stuff, that's more for the books, where gameplay doesn't matter. You know, because you're telling a narrative, so you can humanize that character a bit more. And they both can coexist, you know, that's the strength of the different mediums. You know, I see a lot of people say, like, what? And they're going to be put in a book somewhere like it's a bad thing. It's like, why is a form of media this net negative for something, you know? There are things that the Halo books do that the games could never do, or at least never do satisfactorily. Like, I don't think or the Forerunner Fled War could ever be done justice in a proper video game, because a lot of it relied on your imagination to add to the scale. You know, pages and pages of describing the way that the cosmos themselves were just collapsing. Like, how could you possibly literally show something like that with visuals in a game? You know, it's almost like too cosmically big for one artist to create. Your imagination is the most powerful tool in a story like that, and that's the strength of a book. Steve says, Chief is a sentient mech suit. Confirmed. Oh boy. Here, I'm reading some of the chat. Didn't your armor look very different? Yeah, my armor did look very different. I'm not using the MCC skins. No! I can turn them on if you guys want. I was capturing some footage for a video, and so I had MCC skins turned off. See, there we go. There's my Spartan. Also, just because sometimes in a Halo 3 match, when things look a little bit funky, like, you know, the armors, it's like, okay, we're starting to get into Fortnite town, you know, with, like, knights running around, and, like, it's like, all right, we're going to turn off the skins so this game looks a bit more like the Halo 3 I remember. Which is awesome that 343 included that option for people. You know, it's the best of both worlds. Clanka Plume says, do you think that a rain system like Breath of the Wilds would have helped restrict the players in Infinite's campaign like the grappling hook would slot? Yes! Holy crap, that is a good idea. Wow, that is a really good idea. That's a good idea. I'm just like, I have nothing else to add. No, you're right. That's great. That's awesome, actually, because it would be one thing if the rain was just added and then, you know, that was it. Like, goodbye. I would like to see, like, biomes, like people saying, you know, I'd like to see snow. Aesthetic does matter, but I'd also like to have a tangible effect. Ashea says, see, I like some of the Halo 3 new stuff, mainly the Viking armors. Yeah, see, Ashea, and that's why it's awesome that toggle exists, because I'm a Halo boomer, you know? I remember playing Halo 3 on my Xbox 360 before video game consoles had built-in Wi-Fi. You had to go to a store and buy an attachment for your Xbox 360. So I played a lot of Halo 3, like Forge, a lot of Halo 3 campaign and stuff, and playing custom. So just like the look of the Halo 3 armors to me are very iconic. And so sometimes the Viking and stuff, it's like, meh, not nostalgic. And then I revert back to how I remember it looking. And it is super cool that 343 have kind of like, they've done like the impossible, I think, with Halo 3 on the MCC, where you've got this problem of Halo Online existing, and that, in my opinion, should be preserved as much of it as possible, because that is art that if we don't work quickly, that is art that will be lost to time. And 343 have found out how to preserve Halo Online within Halo 3 and allow it to be in a non-intrusive way, because you can simply opt out of Halo Online content. It's just like very good stuff, you know? The toggle is awesome. And it allows the artists, you know, to work on some new stuff for the MCC. Because I'd imagine with, like, the Halo series, it must be quite boring as an artist, like, kind of working on the same thing over and over again. And you could say, well, why don't you work on another franchise if you want? Sure, but also sometimes branching out and trying a new thing can actually strengthen your skills as an artist. So having these weird, non-canon, ugly skins that you can easily opt out of if you want, like as a output for the artist, kind of, you know, just experiment and, you know, improve their own personal skills, trying out different things. Like if you're in the Halo series, you're probably killer at texturing metal and stuff, but your wood probably sucks, you know, your wood skills. Like you probably can't make wood for shit because, you know, your skills have degraded from working in a sci-fi game for so long. So what about making just a wooden Spartan armor and then dropping it into Halo 3? Boom, there you go. Jaden says, I wish you could toggle hide customization from individual seasons. I like a lot of the new cosmetics, just not the most recent seasons. The way I see it is it's kind of like beggars can't be choosers. I would like something like that, but what I've kind of come to peace with the toggle is I'm not going to be that guy who's like, can we have a toggle? Now can we have toggles for our toggle? Like, I'm content with it being Legacy Halo 3, MCC Halo 3. Which one do you want to see? You know, native or non-native content? Because I do think at a certain point, like, at least for me, I would feel self-conscious asking for more, you know? Could it be done? Sure. But I feel like my own reputation would take a hit if I became the guy asking for toggles within toggles, if you know what I mean. And also another thing that I really appreciate the toggle for is I think the hands on these new models look astonishingly bad. They look like little sausages. And they'll have less polygons, bizarrely enough, than the Halo 3 hands. So when you switch back, the hand looks a little bit more organically fit around the weapons. We are absolutely getting spanked. Hopefully I get D-ranked soon. That way I can fit into a lobby that's more like my current skill bracket, because I haven't played Halo 3 in a while. Oh boy. At least Halo 3 ranked, I mean. One thing I do wish from Halo Infinite Sandbox that I think was actually very, like, it was kind of like a classic Halo thing that even classic Halo didn't think to do, which is have weapons with blades. Dude, give that more melee damage, you know? It's a secondary utility for the weapon. You know, it never made sense that, like, the brute weapons, they have these giant blades, but they don't do a lot of damage. You know, and it gives you more reasons to keep a certain weapon. Because, like, think of, like, the what's it called? The Ravager. Like, that thing, there's not a lot of reasons to pick it up in multiplayer, but it does have a killer melee attack. Steve says, ask what mic you use to make videos. Star Platinum. Oh, Star Platinum asked, did I skip a super chat? I am so sorry. Oh no, okay, thank God I didn't. Okay, so the mic I use, it is called here, let me actually, a Focusrite? Focusrite Yeti? Yeti, I think is the name of it. The Brute Shot had extra melee damage in Halo 2. Got it. And then Halo 3, for, like, no good reason, just phased that out. Yo, stop shooting at me. Yeah, guys, can you kill me? My teammate's trying to team kill. Yeah, Blue Snowball is the one that I used to use. But I've upgraded from Blue Snowball, and now I'm on the Focusrite Yeti. It is so good seeing you playing MCC instead of Infinite. Oh, well, you say that like a punching down thing. I feel bad for, like, preferring right now MCC over Halo Infinite. You know, I don't want it to be this way. Halo CE hardcore doubles. Yeah, we'll try doubles. CE doubles is a lot of fun. I feel like a lot of people's opinions of Halo Combat Evolved have been kind of skewed by the fact that, like, the MCC version of Combat Evolved, the gameplay isn't wrong, or the gameplay is not correct. There's input lag for everything, minus aiming, I think. Like, button input is slightly delayed, firing is slightly delayed, and then, as well as, like, the internal tick rate kind of screws with weapon spread and weapon mechanics, so a lot of the weapons don't feel quite right. Like, the plasma rifle's stun ability is really, really, really inconsistent. Same with the shotgun's damage. But the biggest one, I think, is a lot of people playing 4 versus 4 Halo Combat Evolved and being like, game's unbalanced. And it's like, the game was designed for 2 versus 2. That's why it feels unbalanced. Spikefish Network says, do you think we'll ever see cross-core customization in Infinite? And do you think Spartan Ops could make a comeback? P.S. Congrats to your engagement. As far as cross-core customization, guys, like, be loud, okay? Be very loud. Because it can come back if we're loud. But as for, here, let me actually scroll up. I forgot the second part of that. Oh yeah, congrats on the customization. Congrats on the engagement. I just combined 1,000 different questions into one sentence. Spartan Ops maybe could come back. Spartan Ops, I don't know how, like, just because I feel like one of Spartanops's biggest failings was that it was kind of unfortunately this like very ambitious, very expensive thing that didn't pay off. So convincing like, hey, we want to make hundreds of linear single player levels with voice acting and stuff, and we want to add it for free to the game. My favorite MCC season? I'm not sure. I think my favorite MCC season was actually the one where they added customizable ODST firefight. Was that the latest one? Either the one that added ODST firefight to the MCC or the one that added customization options, because those were new additions. Because, like, the one that added ODST firefight to MCC, like, ODST did not have matchmaking for its firefight. That was kind of a first. And then the one that added customizable firefight, again, something completely original. I like a lot of the original stuff that adds new features. A problem is a lot of, like, MCC content is kind of like, it's, you know, cosmetic stuff like this, and then a whole host of just things being broken. And then it's like, bye, guys, we'll see you in a couple months, and we may or may not fix those things that we accidentally broke. And I guess, like, those content drops felt like the most stable and solid. Not sure what kind of armor I should wear. I should save. How did you get that Halo 3 loading screen? Modding on PC. Modding on PC. On the Master Chief Collection, the way that it treats all of the background things, they're basically video files. So, all you have to do is take a video file of your own choosing, rename it to whatever the files call that MCC loading screen or background screen, and then replace it. And then boom, there you go. If you wanted, you could have an episode of Seinfeld as your background visual, and it will have audio and everything. Eggman Gaming says, thinking about that ODST idea and how cursed it would be if you had an ME40 with an ACOG suppressor and vertical grip. Also, should I buy the Halo Nerf Bulldog? Do you want the Halo Nerf Bulldog? Because for me, the Bulldog is not nearly iconic enough for me to buy a replica of it. The Mangler I own, because, well, the Mangler earned a purchase for me, because that's a cool original weapon, but the Bulldog, there's just nothing creative about the Bulldog that the Mauler didn't already do, and much more interesting because of the dual-wielding mechanic. And aesthetically, it being a brute weapon. Eric Rafael Medina says, what do you think the hidden credits cutscene is referring to? I pray it's the Spirit of Fire, Red Team, Cutter, Anders, and Chief against the Banished would be amazing. So you're talking about, there was basically, modders had uncovered a cut ending sequence where basically the pilot is sleeping again at the console, and then he's like, Chief, wake up, like it's kind of like a repeat of the opening of Halo Infinite, but this time, it's another friendly signal, and he's like, Chief, you're not going to believe this, and Chief kind of comes in. It's very clearly, I wonder if that was supposed to, like, you know, be setting up kind of like future stories and stuff, and the idea is they probably located a friendly signal. What friendly signal is it? Who knows? Why was it cut? Who knows? It's entirely possible that maybe it was cut for the sake of presentational reasons. Maybe something about it didn't gel quite well with the story that they were trying to tell or what they were trying to set up. Maybe they have different ideas for how they want the DLC to go, that now that cutscene is not necessary. Because that does happen sometimes. Behind the scenes, you know, the developers have, like, one idea, and they'll kind of, like, map out the cutscene, but then they'll realize, oh, our idea is not, like, viable, or we have a way better, smoother idea. It's kind of why Halo 4 has so much cut dialogue. And there's a lot of people saying, I wish all of this was restored to the game. Trust me, you don't. Because then you would have a level in Halo 4 where it is almost always the Master Chief just babbling constantly nonstop. You know, lots of stuff gets cut, whether it's for pacing reasons or narrative reasons or plans being changed or just, you know, smoothing out the presentation of the story.
1 minute remaining.
And another idea for why that cutscene may have happened that I'm thinking of is it makes me wonder if part of the reason that they cut that is to justify going back into the open world. You know, because the end of the campaign ends with, like, Chief, you know, and it's like, our fight is not finished, we're gonna finish it, you know, and then they go back into the open world and you just kind of wander around. And I wonder if that cutscene implies that, you know, it's guns down, like the campaign's over, and they don't want that. They don't want you to think that the Chief and the pilot are just napping in the Pelican. You want them to feel like they're back on, you know, on the ground level fighting the good fight.
10 seconds remaining. Alpha under attack.
Steve says, Halo 2 did that with a scene explaining Covenant history. Yeah, so Halo 2 has a pretty infamous cutscene that was cut for good reason, where the Arbiter meets the Prophets, and the Prophets are like, Arbiter, you know our history of the Covenant. As you can see on these murals, the Covenant 200, and he just starts talking about, like, why are the Covenant reminding each other of their own history that they're very deeply aware of? You know, it's like those annoying instances in a show. Like, exposition is never bad, in my opinion. Or not never bad. Exposition can be bad, but exposition is a neutral idea. You know, it's not bad or good. What makes it bad is if its implementation is bad. And what makes bad exposition, in my opinion, is when characters are talking as if one of them isn't aware. You know, despite them, well, it's their culture. Why wouldn't they know? Why are they talking like this? You know, remember why we're here. We need to destroy that AA gun and do the thing and do the... It's like you're just saying this for the audience. Like, these guys would have no reason to be like, remember the thing we've been training weeks for? Let me say it out loud again. And that cutscene that was cut from Halo 2, it was that. It was basically the Prophet of Truth going, remember our history in case you forgot, Arbiter, is this, blah, 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 blah. And he's just talking and talking, and it's, like, embarrassing. Eric Rafael Medina says, also congratulations on the engagement. Thank you so much, Rafael. Or Eric, I should say. It is awesome being engaged to somebody. It's exciting. I think Behemoth should be downsized so it's easier to find players. I think that Behemoth should definitely probably not, like, what's kind of frustrating about big team battle is that it's not classic big team battle where it literally is just Slayer with more players or Capture the Flag with more players. Like, big team battle has its own, like, production value and stuff, and that means now that by design mandate, every single big team battle map has to be designed for big team battle. Including the proper production value, music, callouts, pellet. Like, you can't have temporarily, just to see how it flows, big team battle Behemoth, you know? Because, like, well, the Pelican drops and the production value and the... Damn it. Mr. Squid says, Happy New Year's. Owen Gallagher says, there's a bit of dialogue I hate in Halo 5 just after Blue Team lands on Argent Moon where Fred is like, what do we know about Argent Moon? Dude, you're asking now after we arrived? Yeah, that's a thing that a lot of like games and movies have problems with. Like military operations, they're not like, so what's the situation, sir? Well, they're in the helicopter on their way to the mission. Like, guys, they prepare months in advance for like military operations. Like, they only deploy when they know that they're going to complete the mission. You know, they're not... It's like just not studying for a test, and then when you get to school, you're like, so, what's the test about? No, like, you know it's coming. You've got to study for it. I think also one of the funniest moments in Halo 5 is when Master Chief says, focus fire, blue team, and in the cutscene, they all just start shooting at random targets. Like, immediately. It was like comedic timing. Right after he says focus fire, they all just start shooting randomly. Do you think the way vehicles spawn in Halo Infinite BTB will affect map design? Example, no indoor maps. All BTB maps must fit all vehicles such as tanks. Yep. That's definitely another kind of like weakness, is the homogenized game design where every big team battle map has the same sandbox and the same vehicles, and it's all randomized too, so it's like anything could be on any map at any given point. So much replay value. In my opinion, that just means big team battle feels samey and repetitive. You know, all the maps feel the same because they all have the same stuff. I think more replay value could be added if there was exclusivity. Like, could you imagine if that banished AA map, like the one with the giant cannon, if that had all banished vehicles, like both teams had ghosts and choppers, there were stalker rifles on each team and a skewers to fight for in the middle. If it was like, you know, fighting over banished theme equipment, as well as like wraiths and stuff, but it's like, nope, it's just a tank might come, or this, or that, or whatever. So much variety. All of our maps feel the same now. It's a problem I have with EA's Battlefront 2 as well. Putting every hero on every map, I feel like it adds less replay value, because you're going to see Count Dooku on every single map. You're going to see General Grievous on every single map. I think it was more exciting when you're like, oh, this is the map with General Grievous. I like this one. You know, or, oh, this is the map with Count Dooku. Even though in the original Battlefront 2, Count Dooku, his second lightsaber strike, I think, was slightly bugged on PC. So it never impacted, at least for me. Give me a second, guys. I'm in the zone. Shit, I missed that throw. Okay. Damn it! Okay, well, that was fun. Eric Raphael says, I still think 2 War from Halo 3 stands as the worst Halo dialogue ever, in my opinion. Halo's had worse dialogue. 2 War's biggest crime is that it's very silly, but it works as like a movie trailer thing where you're like, yeah, she said 2 War. It's very nonsensical, but at least it was delivered with conviction and it looked cool in the cutscene. I think some of the worst dialogue is one of them is Captain Keyes stumbling out of his prison cell and going, I overheard the prison guards. They were talking about something. They call it Halo Combat Evolved. Like, just like, whoa, Key, what the you know, just Captain Keyes, like, in this prison cell, happened to overhear some guards discussing everything important to the Covenant. Like, are you? No. No, no, no. Then another thing, I think, which might be one of the worst bits of dialogue in Halo history is in Halo 5, whenever Master Chief goes down, hearing the Master Chief, the hero of the Xbox console, yelling, "Help me! I'm down! Help!" That's probably the worst bits of dialogue, is anytime Chief is down in Halo 5. Adremo says, for you, is Halo Infinite as good as the original trilogy? That's really hard because Halo Infinite is so structurally different from the original trilogy. Halo Infinite is actually very comparable, I think, to Halo Combat Evolved in a lot of ways, where it is, I think Halo Combat Evolved had a more solid identity. As in, you kind of know what game Combat Evolved is. Where with Halo Infinite, I think people still to this day struggle with what to even call it. Because it's not an open world game. It's not a linear game. It's got a lot of ideas. And I think Halo Infinite is more of a idea sandbox for a variety of different things. And what's kind of exciting about Halo Infinite, and also, like, all of those ideas come from genuine enthusiasm. They come from a place of enthusiasm, in my opinion, not cynicism. And so it's going to be interesting to see how 343 combs over the data and the feedback and then designs DLC around the criticisms, because I think there are enough ideas in Halo Infinite's campaign that if 343 cut the stuff people didn't like and zeroed in on the stuff people did like, that whatever the next project they're going to do, it's going to be kick-ass if they just stop trying to reinvent the wheel, you know? Because it is... Halo Infinite is now 343's third time just taking a Halo gameplay formula and being like, what if we give it a new twist? It's like, stop. You guys have a solid foundation. You know, I don't want to see the next Halo game be like, and now the game is completely different and it has a prone ability. It's like, stop. Just iterate on what you've got. Because I feel like you guys could get more done if you stopped trying to change up and reinvent the gameplay, you know? It's kind of like the beauty of Dark Souls. You know, Dark Souls iterates on itself. It doesn't reinvent the wheel with every game. It tries new ideas within kind of that same combat and mechanical framework. And there's a gameplay consistency between all of them. Starting with Reach, all the Halo games just started feeling so inconsistent. Each one plays so different from the last that, you know, it's very hard to explain to someone what a Halo game even is, because it's like, well, Halo 5 plays a little bit more like Call of Duty, like this, you know, twitch shooter with sliding and mantling and aiming down the sights, but Halo 4, that one plays a bit more like Reach, but it has these loadouts to, and, you know, before people used to just say, oh yeah, it's a Halo game, you know, to the point that they could even say, you guys just cloned Halo in the gameplay department. If Halo is able to just stay with Infinite's gameplay loop and just iterate on it in future installments, we're solid. Fedora Craig says, that's what Call of Duty does. Call of Duty, I wouldn't even say really iterates on itself. It more like roster changes, I guess is the best way to describe it. Because, like, well, that's disingenuous. Call of Duty does have a couple of small iterations. But for the most part, like, the core idea of, like, it's just loadouts, you know? Especially those Treyarch Call of Duty games where all the maps are, like, exactly the same. It's really just about the rules of the loadouts, you know? The most innovative of the Call of Duties is the ones with the enhanced mobility, and even those ones are, like, kind of, like, not that innovative, because in Black Ops 3's case, that was just kind of a slimy attempt to rip off Titanfall from the year before without really understanding why Titanfall movement worked. But like these recent Call of Duty games, like Black Ops Cold War and now Call of Duty Vanguard, those are definitely roster changes from Modern Warfare 2019, in my opinion. Where Halo is a lot more like, because it's more externally focused than inwardly focused with loadouts, the flow of Halo 2 and Combat Evolved is completely different. And the core mechanics haven't changed that much. They've just been tightened up a bit, the way that the player moves. The reason that those two games feel so different, despite the mechanics being the same, is because, well, the sandbox is different now. Same with Halo 3. You know, I would not say that Halo 3 plays like Halo 2 because the sandbox is just completely different. The way everything, like, functions, and it leads to different gameplay rhythms from the player. That's kind of the strength of Halo, in my opinion, is it never needs to modify its own gameplay. Like, just by design, changing the sandbox creates an entirely different video game. And I think that's why Bungie was able to get so much content into each Halo release versus 343, where they have actually regressed in terms of content on a game-per-game basis. You know, with Halo 4 starting that trend by cutting features from Reach. And I think it's because 343 constantly is trying to focus on the core gameplay, and they spend so much time prototyping and testing and stuff that by the time the gameplay loop is set in stone, well, the map designers now and the gameplay artists and like everything, they don't have a lot of time to get to work and start building stuff, so a lot of features have to be turned into post-launch DLC. Halo 5 had that criticism, if I remember right. There were pros saying, like, in their opinion, they took too long figuring out the core combat loop. Stuart McCann says, I actually quite enjoyed Advanced Warfare and consider it one of my favorite Call of Duties. Yeah, I'd say out of the Jetpack Call of Duties, Advanced Warfare was probably the most inspired, I'd say. Because, like, mechanically, it didn't have that, like, reactionary development time. You know, where Black Ops 3 very much, even just, like, the way the maps were designed, you could tell it was, like, Treyarch just saw Titanfall and was like, do that. Where with Advanced Warfare, like, the timeline, the way that development works, like, they couldn't have seen Titanfall's marketing and within 10 months completely changed not just the campaign, but the multiplayer package to be built around the jetpack. Steve says, sad how Modern Warfare 2019 brought COD back to fork only to break. Sorry, I think this is a very complicated question. I gotta find a resting point. Ooh, nice, a shoddy. Said how Modern Warfare 2019 brought COD back to focus only to bring COD's lazy history of sequel creation with it as well. No one wanted to be COD for a while. Yeah, and I do feel for the developers in a lot of ways, because I'm starting to feel like beforehand, the reason that Call of Duty was just so samey every year, you know, it really was just a loadout kit change, was because the developers only had like 18 months to work on each Call of Duty game. So it's like, well, yeah, of course, like literally all they had time to do was change up the loadouts. You know, they reused animations, reused sounds from each Call of Duty game. And only recently have they gotten a 3-year dev cycle. But now, well, Black Ops Cold War and COD Vanguard are exceptions. They had that same kind of short turnaround period, which is why they feel so just roster changey. But now I also think a big problem is Warzone. Now all of those Call of Duty games have to be consistent with the mechanics of Warzone. Like, the weapons have to be able to be seamlessly translated into Call of Duty Warzone and stuff. So now, like, a lot of those Call of Duty games are quite creatively limited. In the case of developers like Treyarch, I think it's a good thing, because I think those guys really want to just make a hero shooter, and they are trying so hard. And the only reason Black Ops Cold War wasn't a hero shooter is because they were dragged away from that design kicking and screaming. You know? But in the case of Sledgehammer Games, unfortunately, I think they also just kind of like lack creative vision. You know, from what a lot of reports say. And that kind of came from, like, Glenn Schofield and whoever his name was, where it seemed like they had what they wanted Call of Duty to be, but what they wanted it to be was just kind of, like, not really in sync with what the community enjoyed. And even the developers, what was kind of feasible for them. And so it was very difficult to work under those guys, which is part of why, you know, they left Sledgehammer. So it would be interesting to see new Sledgehammer, what they'd be able to make. You know, Vanguard not included. Logan Paul says 343 really nailed the Banished blaster sounds when the Banished were firing plasmas at a range. Yeah, dude, the Halo Infinite, the actual, like, dynamic audio system needs quite a lot of work, in my opinion. It has too much agency over what it thinks is an important sound. If you didn't know, Halo Infinite dynamically raises or lowers the volumes of certain sound effects. And the problem with that is that's very subjective, you know? If the game thinks that grunt shooting at you from across the map is more important than, like, a grenade about to go off next to you, that's kind of a problem. And so a lot of sound effects are muted, or even just small subjective things. Like in my explosions video, I was trying to capture the sound effect of the ping, ping, zing, patwang, you know, the bullets ricocheting, and the dynamic audio system didn't prioritize them, because in its opinion, it's not that important. So I could barely hear them, and it's like fuck off, you know, I want to hear them. But, the sound design for Halo Infinite, you know, it's pretty good. A lot of the sound assets. The Banished stuff sounds fantastic, especially that Pulse Carbine. That's just like the perfect sound for it. The Plasma Pistol, they also got that thing into a pretty good place audio-wise. They've really gotten away from that kind of like that staticky electrical Halo 5 sound effect and back to the pew pew pew, I'm a laser gun sound that the Plasma Pistol used to have, which I'm very happy with, because I like the pew 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 of like a Banshee flying overhead or a Ghost, you know, and just, you know. Realistic sounding laser guns are so boring. I love the cartoonishness. And I'm glad that Halo is getting back in that direction and away from the super realistic audio design. Oh boy. Cloak delete! I'm in trouble. That guy should have killed me. Let's try to get this objective. Get the Spire's core to the extraction point, Spartans. Thoughts on Sonic Frontiers? Oh no, somebody's at... Okay. Okay, so I am unfortunately a fan of Sonic the Hedgehog. I have been for many years now. I feel like I'm coming to an AA meeting. Hello, my name is Taras. I am a Sonic fan. I am so tired of being excited about Sonic games, only for them to come out and not be nearly as good as, like, Sonic Unleashed or Sonic Generations or, you know, definitely Sonic Adventure 2. Sonic Frontiers I want to be excited about, but I can't help but be very scared about its replay value because it's open world. And some people might say, well, what are you talking about? Like, open world games, you can go anywhere. So much replay value. For me, the fun of a Sonic game comes from beating stages and whittling down the time. You know, in Sonic Generations, I still load up Green Hill Zone, and I'm able to, like, be like, yes! You know, I was able to beat this level 3 seconds faster than my previous run. And the idea of, like, open world Sonic, I'm like, oh no. I'm just, like, it's going to be a lot of fun at first, but then once I beat the story, it's just going to be like, well, what do I do now? You know, there's no solid, it's like, go anywhere you want, do whatever you want, but I want to play a level, and I want to be graded on my performance in that level. Can you give me that, Sonic Frontiers? I don't want to just wander around a giant map forever. Steve says, ever think about how modern Medal of Honor, Call of Duty, Titanfall, and Apex Legends all came from the same guys? Crazy to think. It's like Infinity Ward was Call of Duty's 343 for a while. Infinity Ward was Call of Duty's 343 for a while. Oh, as in like the primary developers? Yeah, definitely for a while. I feel like finally Treyarch have been kind of, I think with World at War was what I think started the shift. When World at War, Treyarch basically copied modern Call of Duty 4. It just copied its loadout system, and it was a success. And then from that, they had this kind of like renewed confidence where they were like, all right, we're going to iterate on that Call of Duty 4 formula in our own way. And Zombies was so charismatic that it, you know, a lot of people enjoy Treyarch Call of Duty games for Zombies. So that was a given that was going to come back. And Treyarch eventually, as they became more confident in their vision, Infinity Ward behind the scenes was having a lot of problems, and they began kind of collapsing as a studio, and they became more insecure in their abilities. And you saw that with Modern Warfare 3, how insecure that game felt. And then, for a while, Infinity Ward just kind of sucked, unfortunately. But it's cool to see Infinity Ward now back to being confident. Clanka Plum says, if the cat ears are what the wacky cosmetics in Halo will look like moving forward, I'll be a lot more happy than how I felt with MCC's cosmetics. Yes, I agree with you. So, cat ears. You guys want to talk about cat ears for a second? The cat ears are not a problem in Halo Infinite. I think 343 was very artistically smart with them. And that's silly to say considering that they're cat ears. But hear me out. 343 could have done what they did with MCC, where they just straight up plopped medieval armor into a Halo game and it looks out of place. You know, or like these like, you know, Victorian era doctor's masks, where it's just like, what is this? This doesn't look very Halo. The cats, what's kind of cool about the cats is that they look like they designed them, as goofy as they are, to fit the... It reminds me a lot of Hayabusa from Halo 3, where that thing kind of looks off-brand, but only if you look at it long enough, because Bungie was careful to translate that look into something that aesthetically matched the game it was in. You know, so the cat ears, like, they kind of look like vents. You know, they don't really look... They just... The silhouette is what makes them look like cat ears. If you actually look at them, they look like heat vents or something on the armor. They don't literally look like the Spartan is wearing, you know, ooh-woo cat ears. And I'm like, that's smart. If you guys keep making your cosmetics like this, where they're designed to look like Spartan armors from Halo, then we're okay. Yeah, and then they made Yuri, where Yuri just doesn't look like Halo armor. But thankfully, there's such a, like, hard separation between Yuri and, like, the other... That's almost like one of the things that I'm happy about with the Spartan cores, and it's one of those things where no matter what choice I make, I lose. And let me explain, which is, on one hand, thanks to the Spartan cores being so restrictive, we don't see these, like, MCC-style Franken monster armors, where you've got, like, a beautiful Halo 3 armor set in Halo 3, smushed with this hideous Halo 4 leg set. Like, all the armors aesthetically match each other. You know, when there is a Yuri armor, it doesn't look like, it's like, oh, there's like a poor piece of Halo armor lodged into that thing that's crying for help. So it's like, well, what's the answer? What's the solution? Guys, I don't know. There is no solution. You know, if I say they got to bring back cross-core customization, then we're going to start getting Franken armors that look like, ugly messes. But if we don't do that, then, like, the customization is going to continue sucking. So I'm just going to stay quiet on it and pass that mental conundrum I'm in off to you. I'd love to hear your thoughts on a solution. Oh boy. By the way, don't buy the cat ears, okay? I know that they're not in the shop, but if they come back, don't buy them. Like, you should not be paying that much money for some fucking vents on the top of your Spartan's helmet. Like, get out of here, you know? And yes, I'm still very pissed off that they are unironically charging $20 American for the Mr. Chief AI, an ugly sticker to slap on your stupid gun, and a weapon charm. Like, no. Get out of here. The Potassium Man says, how have you been today? Dude, I've been fantastic. I woke up next to my fiance, my new fiance. Had a good sleep with her. In fact, she woke me up super early. And I was like, oh no, sleeping. I was sleeping. But then she was like, we gotta go get breakfast. And I was like, on the other hand, all you can eat breakfast downstairs in the hotel lobby. And the breakfast was the wise choice, and then we went back up to the hotel room and fell asleep until it was time to check out. And you know what? That was a awesome morning. That was best way to would recommend. Good stuff. Would recommend getting engaged and then celebrating at a hotel. Drink water, somebody's saying. I'm way ahead of you. I've got some water right here next to me. Axel Animation says, Happy New Year and congratulations about Rebecca. Oh, congratulations for her, too. You know, we're both in this together. I made a promise to her, and that promise is going to be lifelong, and I intend to keep that promise. And it is so nice that I don't have that ring burning a hole in my pocket anymore. It is, there are a few things in life that make me very happy. One of them is Halo. Another one is, food. I guess another one is sleep too. Those are more necessities than they are. But probably I've discovered one of the things that makes me the most happiest in life above all else is seeing a ring on that girl's finger. And knowing that we belong to each other. That is, yesterday I discovered a new form of happiness that I didn't know existed. Don't make a girl a promise if you know you can't keep it. Precisely. In the wise words of Cortana, lunatic who took over the galaxy with giant space owls. Don't make a girl a promise if you know you can't keep it.
Bravo under attack.
We're going to lose this match.
From the Covenant, Spartans. Fall back to the refinery. Bravo under attack.
It might have been worth it, actually, to just kill myself back there so that I could respawn closer to the objective than having to run all the way here, because the elites are already there. Oh, something that, you want, guys want to know something tragic? So I'm currently writing up a list of my personal desires for Halo Infinite post-launch, and it's quite extensive so far. In fact, I'm like, how the frick am I gonna, like, assemble this into a script? This is, like, big, and it's kind of getting out of hand. One of my desires for Halo Infinite post-launch was an invasion mode. And I was trying to maybe appeal to the ego of Quinn Del Hoyo, the sandbox designer at previous sandbox designer at 343, because he worked on Gears of War Judgment, and that game's not well regarded for a lot of reasons. But one of the best regarded aspects of it was its asymmetrical mode that had cogs versus, I don't know, whatever the Gears of War insurrectionists, whatever the Gears of War equivalent of insurrectionists from Halo are. And my pitch was that since Quinn made a pretty well-received asymmetrical game mode of two teams versing each other, it would be awesome to have Invasion 2.0 in Halo Infinite also shepherd the return of the elites. Invasion and Halo Reach was Spartans versus Covenant. Well, now you got Spartans versus Banished. You know, and it could still be elites, because I think brutes may be a little bit too silly looking, you know? Like, could you imagine, like, brutes, like, sprinting around like crazy and clambering and grappling, like, with that chunky, meaty body of theirs? It could look silly. And, well, Quinn Del Hoyo's not at 343 anymore, so I'm like, fuck. Stop shooting me! I'll dance with you. Oh no, run, run, run! Okay. I found sometimes with team killers, they relent their murdering if you do a teabag dance with them. It's like a peace dance. Millwall says, no one likes us. We don't care. We are Millwall. Aw, Millwall, I like you. Why does Millwall talk in the third person? Is Millwall a collective? Oh god, we are boned. Yeah, we're gonna lose this invasion match. Damn it. I see somebody on my radar. See him? He's coming around. Surprise! Damn it! Okay. Yes, okay. Whew. I'm like in the zone right now. Like last time, only I'm not getting a lot of kills. I'm just sitting here with a stupid focus rifle. I see you over there hiding behind that wraith. Oh boy. Millwall talks like Venom. Venom, Venom, Venom. I would like... Oh, man. I want to see the new Venom. Venom versus Carnage. There Will Be Carnage, whatever they called it. I'm just like... I don't know. I grew up with like the original Spider-Man comics, kind of like the pre, like, I'd say like the pre-modern era. Like, what would you call it? Like back when Dr. Octopus had like the white lab coat and that was his costume, and then he moved on to the green one. You know, and basically like when Stan Lee wrote Spider-Man comics, and so everyone was constantly talking in all of the panels. And that led into eventually, like, I forgot who took over with Secret War, but like my introduction to Venom was Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man 3. And then that sent me down the rabbit hole of finding the original Secret Wars and stuff. So Venom, when I think of Venom, I don't think of, I'm a loser, Eddie, just like you. Like, that's not Venom to me. Like, Venom to me is like a scary parasite of like a goo latex thing from another planet that wants to cover your body in itself and graft itself onto you like a second layer of skin. Like, that's Venom to me, not this like goofball wackiness from the Venom movies. Where he, like, you know, like, so that it doesn't look too scary, he just gets absorbed into your blood. I'm like, no, it's creepier when it's, like, a second coating of skin that you have to, like, rip off of you. Shane says, well, actually, Gears of War Judgment's overrun mode is COG versus Locust, but various Locust forms. Standard competitive in that game is Red versus... Gotcha. Logan Paul says, Venom Let There Be Carnage. Let There Be Garbage. That was a Freudian slip. Venom Let There Be Carnage was all right. Pacing felt too quick. It was a meh movie. Oh, so it was kind of like the first Venom movie. Because that movie was also like, it felt like it was in a rush to get itself over with. If that makes any sense. Let's try Team Slayer. We just got to win one competitive match, guys. In fact, Venom I thought was stupid until the Tobey Maguire movie. Because I thought, like, what, he's just a giant dark creature with a big mouth and a giant tongue that slobbers. Like, that's stupid. And then I saw the Tobey Maguire movie and I was like, oh, that's clever. That's why his eyes look like that, because they look like warped and twisted versions of Spider-Man's mask. And that's why he has a spider logo on his chest, but it's all, like, creepy looking, because he's supposed to be a distorted version of Spider-Man. So it's kind of like Venom, when he attaches to Peter Parker, it's the same suit, but it's black. Because it's the creature itself, like, you know, covering Tobey Maguire. And then when he rips it off and it attaches to, what's his name? Eddie Brock? I can't remember the actor. It looks like, if you squint, it looks like Tobey Maguire's suit, but it's wrong. Like, all the webbing and material on the suit is, like, sloppy, and like some of the webbing isn't quite right. Like, it looks like a nightmarish twisted version of Tobey Maguire, you know, especially when Venom keeps his mouth shut, because then it looks kind of like the Spider-Man mask, just the eyes are like really big and kind of unsettling, and then when he opens up that mouth and starts screeching, it's like, that's cool. Spider-Man 3 has a lot of problems as a movie. It is like, oh boy, you know, where do we start? But it is still a very competent and well-directed movie. Taco Dealer says, Venom was goofy in continuity into the early 2000s, and the Venom movie is a throwback to peak mid-90s Venom anti-hero stuff. Yeah, from what I understand, the Venom movie, it was inspired more by Lethal Protector, which is, you know, if you want to make Venom an anti-hero, that's what you want to do. You know, you don't want to introduce Venom as this invasive body parasite that wants to graft itself onto your body and, like, control your movements. Like, you probably don't want to do that, you know? I guess it's just the fun of Venom to me is that body parasite type thing. Like, it's scary, like, it's creepy. Like, Tobey Maguire, that was really scary seeing Tobey Maguire in the theater, like, screaming and trying to pull his own suit off, and you could see it, like, trying to reattach itself to his skin. Like, it's creepy, man. That's Venom to me. Logan Paul says, No Way Home revives memories of watching Green Goblin being ruthless and Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man movie. Yeah. We're not going to talk about No Way Home spoilers because I assume that there are some people in this that didn't see that movie, but that was a fun trip down memory lane. I like the Tom Holland Spider-Man movies a lot, but and it probably speaks to the strength of that movie that not only did it remind me, not only did I enjoy it as a Tom Holland story, it also reminded me why I liked the other Spider-Men as well. Like, just those eras. Minus Amazing Spider-Man 2. Amazing Spider-Man 2 is one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my life. And it sucks that Andrew Garfield was, like, cheated basically out of a trilogy just because of how bad that movie was. Outlaw TV says, congratulations on getting married. Yeah, it's, well, I'm not actually married yet. That comes next, but an engagement. I am, dude, I am beyond excited. I have a fiance. I am a fiance. Like, I have a partner in life, a partner in crime. Oh boy. Late night, I haven't seen you upload in a year. In a year? Oh, hey. That's a funny joke. You look, he's got jokes. You got jokes. Eric says, I now pronounce you Monkey and Mrs. Monkey. Well, wouldn't it be Mr. Monkey and Mrs. Monkey? Like, would Monkey be the last name? Or surname? What do you... My brain is frazzled right now. I need to use the restroom really bad. So I'm like... brain processing power is being diverted to playing Halo and remembering where everybody is currently spawning on the map, as well as checking my radar to track people below me, but also responding to questions, and also making sure that my bladder doesn't just open the valve and let the main vein drain where I sit. So after this match, I'm gonna skedaddle over to the bathroom quickly. Oh boy. Stop it! Come back! Okay, I got him. Oh boy. Yes! Okay. Whew. We're still behind, though. Ranked Halo 3 is no joke. I feel like Halo Infinite ranked is going to be no joke either. It's just 343's got to... When they get back from vacation, they have a lot of work to do. Because Halo Infinite, it's very hard to competitively take it seriously when it feels like the server is constantly desyncing. And, like, none of my shots are landing because I'm out of sync with what's actually happening in the game world. Mr. Squid says, here's a joke for you about a priest's favorite food. It's Swiss cheese because it's holy. That's pretty good. That's good. Ira Benson says, I always thought that Andrew was always good at Spider-Man. Shame that corporate greed got in the way. So I actually think what's kind of interesting is that I think each era of Spider-Man, and this is not spoilers, by the way, okay? We're talking about material from the trailer, as well as just my own theory and thoughts about Spider-Man. And Tobey Maguire, in my opinion, was the best Peter Parker. That's Peter Parker to me. Like, that dweeby, awkwardly, like, goofy grin. Like, hi, can I carry... he's just, like, nice. He's well-spoken and kind of dorky. That's Peter to me. Andrew Garfield's Peter was cool and hip and had cool hair and was witty and rode skate. That's not Peter Parker to me, you know? But Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man is just this obnoxious prick. Like, you want to duct tape his mouth shut because he won't stop talking. And God, he's so annoying. And that's Spider-Man to me. Like, that's his best weapon against his villains, is that he just won't stop talking. You know, and he's saying these jokes that are just not funny, but what makes it funny is how annoyed the villains get. You know, and they kind of lose because Peter Parker, like Spider-Man, gets them so angry and wound up that they start making mistakes because he's just annoying the shit out of them. And then Tom Holland, what's kind of interesting is he's caught in this like middle area where, for legal reasons, Marvel cannot do a 100% comic accurate Spider-Man. They have to make theirs legally different from the comic one, which, you know, Sony did with Tobey Maguire. And so Tom Holland's Spider-Man is like kind of caught in the middle where he's trying to sort of be accurate, but he can't. He has to be a little bit too different. So he's caught between all these different worlds and stuff. And it's interesting. I appreciate all the eras of Spider-Man quite a bit. Uchiha Koda says, this is a bot account made by the government. We're watching you always. Interesting. Government. Let's say, I'm not going to do anything, but can you tell me what things in my room you're using to listen to me? I promise I will not throw them out. Here, we're going to search for Halo 3 Slayer again. I'm going to go quickly use the potty, okay? What can we do? What can we do? I want you guys to count something for me. Oh, count how long I'm going to be gone for, okay? Ready? We're going to speed run the bathroom. And go! I'm back. Oh my god, the game started. How long was I gone? Ah! Let's go. I keep running over to the fusion coils wanting to pick them up. Damn it. Yeah, everyone's counting. I'll wait for the chat to catch up. Man, you guys are behind by a solid... How many seconds? Here, let's run up here. Ooh, there we go. Oh boy. Yeah, there we go. That was a good shot. Did you see that? Guys, I'm not saying I'm better than Mint Blitz, but I am saying that I taught his teacher. Now watch, I'm going to mess up this next sniper shot. That is kind of crazy that Mint Blitz has been playing Halo 3 for so long that he... yep, there we go. Mint Blitz just understands the Halo 3 sniper, like all the intricacies of it, and he can just like effortlessly pull off these no-scopes. Did you wash your hands, Mr. Late Night? I did, and in fact, my hands are currently very wet, which makes the act of playing very difficult. Oh my god, we are just getting absolutely stomped. Guys, we need to find an MCC competitive match. One that I would have the chance of winning. What is a good playlist? The problem with Invasion is Invasion takes way too long, and it's so team dependent. Like, if you have just one or two guys slacking, then there's no way you can carry for the rest of the team. And this, I unfortunately do feel like this might be lost. Unless we're able to turn things around. Damn it. Thoughts of Into the Spider-Verse. Personally, it's one of my favorite movies. Yeah, so Into the Spider-Verse, which is kind of... What's kind of cool, actually, is... I really disliked how cynical Sony was when it came to the Spider-Man film rights during that era. And now it's kind of like reversed a little bit because Marvel has started to become a little bit more cynical when it comes to their Marvel movies. But Into the Spider-Verse, when they first announced it, I was like, you've got to be kidding me. They're like, it's an animated Spider-Man movie. And it's like literally the only reason they're making this stupid thing is so that they don't lose the film rights to Spider-Man. Because they have to... It's the same reason Venom was made. If I remember right, they have to have a new Spider-Man product in theaters without a 5-year gap. Something weird like that. Or the rights revert back to Marvel because they're not using the license. So Sony is constantly on a ticking clock when it comes to Spider-Man content. Like, if they ever stop making Spider-Man movies, the rights revert. And so Into the Spider-Verse... and Venom, their announcements were just, you gotta be joking. Like, you know, this is just a slimy, cynical way for them to hold on to the film rights. So imagine my surprise when Into the Spider-Verse was so damn good that it turned out to be one of my favorite Spider-Man movies of all time. And it was like one that understood the source material of Spider-Man so inherently and introduced a whole generation of people to Miles Morales, which was a weird character from the Ultimate Spider-Man comic line. And the problem is he had crossed over into the mainline Spider-Man universe. Or the mainline Marvel... Oh, Jesus, I'm starting to sound, like, ridiculous. Okay, you know how there's the mainline Spider-Man comics, right? Well, in the late 90s to early 2000s, Marvel launched Ultimate Marvel. And it was kind of like modern remakes of classic Marvel characters. And in Ultimate Spider-Man, Miles Morales was a side character. And due to comic book shenanigans, they canceled the Ultimate line and had this big event where the Ultimate Universe clashed with the primary Marvel Universe. And Miles Morales survived in that clash, and he was able to just live in the normal Marvel Universe. So Miles Morales is a bizarre character, you know, who didn't get introduced very well to Marvel fans because of that bizarre backstory. Into the Spider-Verse was solid in introducing people to Miles because he's a good kid, you know, he's a modern Peter Parker. Like, modern Peter Parker with Flash Thompson shoving him into a locker and wearing a sports jersey. Like, that is such a, you know, an elderly Aunt May making him wheat cakes. Like, that is from a different era for America. Like, a modern Peter Parker would be more like Miles Morales. And it's really cool that Into the Spider-Verse introduced so many people so smoothly to Miles Morales as a character, and not via a ridiculous comic story. Thoughts on the PS4 Spider-Man? The PS4 Spider-Man is so frustratingly close to being my favorite Spider-Man game. The only thing that I think holds it back, weirdly enough, are the web-swinging physics that everyone praises. It's very automated and on rails. And what I mean by that is there's very little room for error. Like, I think of the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man 2 video game. If you swung too low from a building, the game would not hold your hand and letting you just kind of like splatter on the pavement or like, you know, knock into walls and stuff like that. The PS4 Spider-Man game has a lot of built-in safeguards so that your momentum is never stopped. And so there isn't a lot of like learning. It's just you start very good at web swinging and get great at web swinging. Where what I liked about Spider-Man 2, the game, is because there was so much room for error, you start terribly and you become amazing. And that is what I don't like about the PS4 Spider-Man game, is how just so easy the web swinging is. I also really do not like that they replaced the original character model for Peter Parker for the PS5 remake. I think the new model looks like he doesn't look good. It doesn't match the voice, in my opinion. Yeah, it was a very disappointing moment for me. It was kind of the moment where I became very disillusioned, I guess, from the PS4 Spider-Man game when I was web swinging and I accidentally swung too low. And it was my own fault, by the way. And so I was like, here we go. I'm going to be knocked out of the web swing. Like, lesson learned. And then he like raised his feet and he stopped falling, and the game held Spider-Man just above the cars so that he never impacted, and then it just like kept going as normal, and I was like, whoa, like the game just corrected that for me. And then I started like swinging into walls and stuff, and sure enough, it was the same way. He'd do these automated things, and I was like, oh no, this game's like holding my hand. And I checked the options menu to see if maybe there was a toggle I could set off. Some games do that for like automated systems. And no, it's just, that's the controls. Like, the web swinging in Spider-Man PS4 is very easy. And I was like, that kind of sucks. It's very fun. Like, don't get me wrong. You know, that's not my criticism. It's not that it's boring. I've never said that. I just said it's not as fun for me as Spider-Man on like Spider-Man 2 on the GameCube or PS2. Because that room for error is what made it so fun to me. I guess we'll try squad battles. We'll try again. I don't want you guys to stare at a matchmaking loading screen, but... I do hope that the new Spider-Man game, Spider-Man 2, for the PS5, has like some kind of hardcore mode that has that. Like, if you web swing too low, Spider-Man will just scrape his knees on the pavement and you let go of the web and stuff like that. Because, you know, I loved that stuff. Like, Spider-Man games are so awesome. They're probably the only game where I think, like, open world objectively is the best way to design them. Where there's a lot of games now where I think almost like the open world gets in the way of what could have been a solid game. Like, Spider-Man games that are linear, they rarely work. And when they do end up working, it's more of an oddity than it is like a... You know, it's more like, that's crazy, they managed to get it to work. And then you can't really replicate it after that because of how specific the conditions were. What kind of backpack do I want? Yeah, I guess communications pack. I don't really want like a shield or like a sword or something. Like, I want it to look like my ODST guy has like, you know, a rucksack full of like supplies and stuff. I say that while he has a giant Xbox controller on his shoulder. Here, let's change that. So what I'm thinking with my Spartan dude here, he's an ODST, right? Which means there's lots of falling, lots of orbital dropping, you could say. So the right shoulder is basically for landing. It's the shoulder for landing, or the left shoulder here. The reason it's so big and heavy, it's in the event that he drops, you know, and he needs to kind of like, oh god, like my armor's kind of crappy, I need to take the impact. Boom, just stick out his left shoulder and let that giant piece there. And then here on his shoulder, you got something a little bit weaker. That way he has a little bit more articulation, so he can like raise his rifle up. Eggman Gaming, is here with $50, and he says, okay, last one. Halo works as a free roam and doesn't let me stumble upon captured Marines. Don't tell me where they are. This is money. Okay, let me try reading that again. Okay, last one. Halo works as a free roam and doesn't let me stumble on the captured Marines. Don't tell me where they are, and this is all the money I shouldn't give her now. I see you with more next stream. I may come in as a different account. This one's old. Wow, thank you, Eggman. I'm sorry for barely getting through that. My brain's a little bit scrambled right now. I do agree with you, actually, there. I don't like that a lot of the encounters in Halo Infinite are very clearly telegraphed to you long before you approach them. Even there's no... Something that I noticed that was kind of weird is... So you know in Halo 3, that brute storming the barracks sequence? If you are not fast enough, the brutes will kill all of the Marine buddies. And, Arbiter will be like, we tried our best, Spartan. That's all that matters. There's no moment like that in Halo Infinite. The brutes are always just sitting there. Like, I feel like it would have added a lot of tension if when you see captured Marines, you could hear, like, talk, and then, kiss my ass, monkey face. And then, oh, you want to play it that way? Fine. And then the brute just kills a Marine right there. Like, if you're not fast enough, your Marines are killed, but you can save them quickly. What are your thoughts on the Iron Eagle armor? What is the Iron Eagle armor? What is the Iron Eagle? Is it something from Halo Infinite or something from the Master Chef collection? Gordon Ramsay's stash of favorite Halo games. Enrico says, your Halo 3 Spartan is all new armor. Why is it toggled off? Just, nostalgia. Nostalgia primarily. Because I like the look of Halo 3, I'm not the biggest fan of some of the like sillier like night stuff and the Halo 4 stuff. So I prefer to just have that off, but people can see my Spartan just fine. It's a first-person game. I don't really have to see my ODST Spartan. But they probably have their toggles off, so they can probably see my dope-looking guy running around. I can't find any matches. Oh, there was a new core that was leaked. Yeah, that's something also that I think 343 is probably going to have to grapple with, is they've got to get better at locking down those leaks, man. Yeah. They just really aren't trying to hide stuff in their game. I'm not sure if they just assumed that people wouldn't be able to find it or what. Yeah. On one hand, though, I am kind of happy that I guess they're not cracking down on leaks, because that means the game is a little bit more open to modding. And not hacking, like online, I mean mostly modding for like campaign stuff. Dare looks very silly here. I can't put my finger on it, but something looks very silly about her proportions. Like, not that this, isn't silly in its own right. Like, Johnson looks very goofy. He's a very chunky boy, but... Shrimpy says, grenades disappearing in Halo Infinite is pissing me off. Like, thrown grenades just sometimes never go off, or grenades planted on wraiths just don't go off. Is that a thing that's happening now? That's disappointing. That's really disappointing. Yeah, Infinite's like destabilizing. It launched really solid. In fact, I'm very glad that I didn't say it, but I was prepared to make a preemptive statement that Infinite might be the first game in recent memory that just didn't have launch issues. It just launched solidly in terms of server stability. Because compared to like Battlefield and Call of Duty Vanguard, But I'm glad I didn't preemptively say that, because like Halo Infinite is just destabilizing right before our eyes. It's just like falling apart. It's coming undone. I'm not sure why. I'm very worried. I think they're going to come. Okay, let's go this way. Halo Infinite's worrying player drop should be a wake-up call for 343. I wouldn't say it's worrying. Halo Infinite, it's almost like what I'm thinking of is, considering the state the game is in, I'm actually surprised that there isn't a faster player drop-off. I'm surprised that like people are being sustained by Halo Infinite. Because a lot of people are just looking at Steam charts. Keep in mind that there's Xbox Game Pass, and then there's also, on top of that, the Xbox ecosystem. Halo Infinite is currently like the 4th or 5th most played game on Xbox Live, and that's behind Fortnite, Warzone, and that's kind of crazy. Like, Halo Infinite isn't even a battle royale, and the fact that it's up there with the big ones, I'm like, okay, kudos. And what's kind of more surprising is how little content it has. You know, Halo Infinite is about maybe 1/3 of a Halo game. So it's like, that's kind of crazy that it's able to sustain its player base. That being said, I don't think it's going to sustain it for long if 343 doesn't quickly get some stuff out the door. I'm talking more maps. I'm talking more weapons. I'm talking a better UI. I'm talking optimizing the PC version. I think we might be okay if this guy and I play smart. I'm just kind of like, the autopilot on my brain is turning off. And I'm like, that's right, this is doubles. I gotta stay with my buddy, or we're gonna lose this one. Mr. Squid says, late night, have you tried Twitch? So something I'm gonna do, once Rebecca and I move in together, Twitch is gonna be a thing. Something I want to consider doing is making a demo reel for like voice acting stuff, because enough people have said, and Rebecca convinced me that it's like, yeah, you know what, it's worth a shot. Because like, making Halo videos, that's fun, but I'm not sure how sustainable it could be long term. That's not to say giving up on it. Quite the opposite, in fact. It's being able to find a sustainable income. That way, this YouTube thing, I can always do it and feel comfortable doing it. Oh boy, come on. Damn it. But Twitch is another one. When she and I move in together, properly doing like Twitch streams, you know? You gotta adapt to what people want, and people seem to like Twitch. And if it keeps the streams off of this YouTube channel, which people enjoy watching the YouTube channel for the videos, I assume not for streaming. Oh man, okay. Oh, God. This is going to be embarrassing if I lose this fight. What? I fired first. You guys saw that. I'm worried 343 won't be able to get enough content out the door. I agree with you. One of my big concerns actually about 343, and it's something I'm going to be raising, you know, and talking about, is, so a lot of those like games like Fortnite and Warzone, it's not just a developer that's working on them. You know, it's a collaboration between multiple different studios just to get that production pipeline going. And what I'm worried about with 343 is I don't think they're quite equipped to handle a live service drip feed of Halo content, because if we look at Halo 5 or the MCC as a reference point, with Halo 5, it was this basically it was just finishing the game. You know, that's what Halo 5's content was post-launch. Finishing the game and a bunch of remixes of already existing maps. And with MCC, it was like a lot of like really awesome content that came out very buggy, very glitchy, and no actual like bug fixes in between those content drops. So it would be like, all right, guys, a thing is out, and we'll see you in 2 months. Bye. And it's like, wait, but all these things are broken from the last update. Bye. And so it's like, okay, 343, we got a problem. Like, you guys have kind of like demonstrated that, at least when it comes to live service content, like, people don't just want speedy stuff that's like monthly or bi-monthly, like Halo 5. They also want it to be bug-free, which the MCC had a lot of time, and it could not deliver stuff in a polished state. So I feel like it's worth 343 or Microsoft investing into a support studio. A secondary support studio to work on support content for the Halo series to assist 343. Like, probably bring over some... Because something also that I think, like, just playing Halo Infinite, you can see it for yourself. That slip space engine, man. Like, there are problems. You know, I don't think that thing is easy to work with. I assume it's a lot easier now, but from, you know, the stories from Halo 5's development and definitely Halo 4's development, where they were basically handled like the Halo source engine, and they were like, what? And there's no documentation on how it works. Just all these bizarre subsystems and, like, you know, weird hacked together things that Bungie did because they built the engine. They know it like the back of their hand. I described it kind of like whenever Rebecca comes over to my place, and it's like, do you need something? And it's like, where is it? And it's like, in my room. And it's like, well, it's in my room. Go find it. And, well, why would she know? Like, I know my room. I know where I put it. But why would she know? She doesn't live here, you know? And that's kind of how, like, the Halo engine was for 343, where they're being handed an engine that someone else built and that person didn't document it well. It can do impressive things when you get it to work for you, but the problem is the people didn't know how to get it to work for them. And I think even with slip space, you're starting to see that there's still some legacy aspects of the engine that are just, like, holding them back. And I feel like getting some more engineers, getting some more documentation on the slip space engine, and then having just, like, you know, a support studio to help with the creation of content. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, one of the strangest things for me is seeing all the Z fighting issues for Halo Infinite. If you don't know what that is, it's like basic. So the idea is you've got the center of a level, right? Fuck. Okay. And the center of a level is I'm going to try to condense it because even I don't fully understand it, and I'm sure I'm going to get some things wrong. But basically, like, the way that a game assembles characters, it's kind of like on almost a grid, and the placement of polygons on that grid is pitch perfect. And it starts at the center of a level. There's that point. And the problem is, you know, just because of the size of levels, the bigger the level, the further you get away from the center of the level, the more errors and, like, inconsistencies with where polygons should be placed. And that's how you get levels like Assault on the Control Room from Combat Evolved, where if you get to the very end of the level, Master Chief's hand is, like, flickering and twitching, and it doesn't look quite right. Or that cutscene in Halo 5 where Blue Team, where Chief is, like, holding his helmet, and you can see, like, the armor on his fingers twitching, because Chief in that cutscene is probably very far away from the center of the level, and so the engine is struggling and trying to figure out where to put the polygons and stuff. I see some people arguing in the comments section. Isn't that called a floating point error? Is that what it's called? I knew it as Z fighting. So if it's called a floating point error, then that's what it's called. But what's interesting is in Halo Infinite, when you're in those linear levels, it's perfect. It's polished. It looks excellent. But when you're in the open world sections, holy moly, if you just stop and look at Chief's hand, it is like wiggling. Like the textures look like they're crawling and stuff. And it's like, that's from Combat Evolved. Like that issue, the slip space engine still deals with that, you know? And what's kind of tough is that, like, you know, there's a lot of people saying, well, why don't they move over to this engine, or why don't they move over to that engine? Consider how big of a shift that would be for the Halo series. Yes, you'd probably get better visuals. You'd also probably get, it would probably be much faster for developers to be able to create content for the game. But there would also be a lot of legacy things that are missing. And it could be big things like the support for a theater mode and stuff. But it could also be some small things, like even just subtle ways that characters move or the way physics works. It'll feel different if you move to another engine. It's the same way that, like, jumping into Call of Duty and then jumping into Battlefield, they feel like completely different games because they're built on different engines. They handle things differently under the hood. Complete campaign or Spartan Ops missions in Halo 3 or Halo 4, and then defeat enemies with close-range weapons in PvE modes. I know what we can do. So what we do is we go over to Spartan Ops. We find, what's like a level with just like a flood of enemies? I think Artifact, that's probably one of the most just like enemy spammy levels. And then we go over to customization and modify loadouts. Which loadout do I have? I think it's 5? Nah. Okay. We set this to the bolt shot. It's tactical package. It's Call of Duty perk. Will be more ammo. And boom, there we go. All right. And then we'll get the jetpack. All right, we're good to go. And then we're going to run in here and we're going to farm some kills. And then I'm probably also going to mute some people if they just start babbling. Hey, Late Night, what do you think about the sound design for the AR, Bulldog, and Sidekick? I feel like they sound too much like a pellet gun. What do you think? Sorry for the repeat. I actually think that they look pretty, or they sound pretty okay. What I think definitely 343 could maybe improve is the feedback in the environment after firing them. Because there isn't a lot of like that, like, you know, of the bullet, or the zing, whang, pow, you know, of the bullet zigzagging, bouncing off of things. It's just like you fire it, and that's really all you hear. You don't hear its impact on the environment. And part of me is worried that the reason that's the case is just because the audio team just assumed the hit marker would be good enough. I really hope that that's not the case. Let me double check and make sure the challenge is tracking. It's a not. Oh, wait, it is. Okay, we're good. Never mind. Hey. Let's, I see somebody calling somebody delusional. Come on, guys. You're better than that. Let's not argue, okay? I would like to hear both sides' arguments. So, you two, at me, and explain, don't insult each other, okay? Don't be defensive, okay? Explain to me both of your sides of the opinion, okay? And don't worry about the other person, just explain what you feel, okay? And then we'll come to a consensus, okay? Why did they take out the CQB helmet when it was in the flights? They did do that, didn't they? My concern, my fear is probably that it's going to be live service drip feed. Here, actually, let me kill myself so that I stop killing people with this battle rifle. My concern is that they removed it from the game so that they could artificially withhold it as a reward for the live event. Yeah, the live events in Halo Infinite are just like awful. They're atrocious. And I do think like the withholding of Forge mode, or not withholding, because I don't think that they're withholding Forge mode. Like, I don't think they have it working flawlessly. I do think that they delayed it. But, yeah, Forge mode is an integral part of Halo. And I feel like now we're starting to see why that is, you know, and why that's not like a thing you can just take for granted. I still see some people. So I see Jacob Rice and Mendicate. I think you guys are arguing. I'd like to hear both of your sides of the story, okay? Somebody was talking about the Promethean weapons more or less being just human reskins. And that is the case. The reason that 343 did that, in fact, was that during testing with Halo 4, they found that a lot of the more abstract Forerunner weapons, like, focus groups got confused because they're like, what the fuck is this? And they just stuck with, like, the assault rifle and the battle rifle. Because, you know, they were trying to appeal to, like, more Call of Duty Twitch-type kids. And, you know, they wanted gun kill good. And that's why they redesigned the Promethean weapons to be a bit more just gun kill good. And nothing really mechanically complex beyond that, which is very disappointing to hear, I guess, from the horse's mouth why the Promethean weapons are so kind of boring, that it was a deliberate design choice. But Mendicate says, I'm saying 343 has had enough time to prove themselves capable of making a decent game without splitting the player base. They have not had much success and should make advanced movement Halo 5-styled games, which is what they did pretty well, while another smaller team could make a multiplayer-focused classic Halo game. Okay, I see that. Yeah, that's a pitch I think that Favin has. I'm not sure if I agree with him there, because, like, I don't really like the Halo 5 enhanced movement stuff. But what you're proposing is a smart idea. I want to hear what the other person said. The Promethean weapon you are using is literally a reskin of the plasma pistol. No, it's not a reskin of the plasma pistol. It's more of like just a Magnum that has a shotgun mechanic attached to it, you know? It's actually kind of more boring. That being said, I do at least appreciate, you know, that's got a secondary fire. Like, this is probably the most interesting idea Halo 4 has. The idea of, like, weapons having all fire modes. And it's really a big pity that Halo 5 downgraded it so much. Kapati says, hello, LNG. Congrats on the engagement. Thank you, friend. It is nice. It is very nice to be able to call myself somebody's fiance. You know, and say that I have a fiance too. There we go. We're almost there. Wonder how many oops. Jacob Rice says, what I'm saying is that it's not how the business of publishing games functions. Microsoft would be shooting themselves in the foot by dividing the Halo IP into two different, to do different things. I don't like, whoa, okay, hang on. Oh, wait, I think he's still adding to it. But what he's saying is also valid, in that, unfortunately, it doesn't, you know, it doesn't quite work like that, unfortunately. And you kind of see it with Call of Duty, the way Call of Duty is homogenizing its game design. It's having these like annual series. And the reason why is because it's trying not to like divide up the gameplay into people who have preferences. They're trying to all kind of make the Call of Duty games feel like unified. You know, get all the players on under one roof. Here, let me kill myself. Yeah, you would have competing versions of what Halo should be. Furthermore, AAA game development has grown into an unsustainable size and scope. Games launch content incomplete and unfinished for that very reason. I think a lot of it is just kind of like a lack of focus, as well as a constant desire to reinvent the wheel from a... Like, that kind of iterative game design is gone, and it disappoints me a lot. Like, I think of kind of like... think of Battlefield 4 and how that game launched with a slew of features, an overwhelming amount of features. And the problem with it is that it was buggy, where after that, they began constantly like reinventing the wheel. Every Battlefield game had like very different mechanics from the last one, and they all launched missing features. Battlefield 4 was more or less just an expansion pack of Battlefield 3 in terms of its gameplay. And, you know, Halo is the same way. Halo kept growing when it iterated on itself. It wasn't until core gameplay started to get fucked with that we started to see, like, this kind of, like, regression in terms of launch content. And that's probably because, you know, in terms of, like, production, behind the scenes, you can't make a game until you know how it plays. And with Halo 5, we saw how, like, you know, how long it kind of took them to, like, figure out how they want the Spartan abilities to design before the level designers and the map makers could even start making levels. Jacob Rice says, also, I think that with Halo Infinite, both campaign and MP is proof that 343 are more than capable of creating a classic Halo experience. I think they're capable, but I wouldn't say Halo Infinite is the proof, because Halo Infinite to me is not a classic-style Halo game. It is a modern shooter with a modern gameplay sensibilities that uses classic elements to inform its gameplay rhythms. And that is enough for me for right now. I do honestly prefer classic-style Halo, but Infinite is a fun modern shooter with enough classic Halo in it to satisfy me. We're trying to get kills with this stupid thing. If we want to talk about problems with the Slipspace engine, you know what's kind of like a engineering miracle? So Bungie's Halo 4 engine... Or Bungie's Halo 4 engine. Bungie's Halo engine was not, like, inherently designed for things like DLC weapons or DLC armors. It's part of why with Halo 3, only one map or a small handful of maps had the Golf Club on it. It wasn't just like a thing, Golf Club's been added to the game. It's now available on all maps. And so with Halo 4, in order to get, like, those DLC weapon skins and DLC armors working, it was kind of like this very complicated under-the-hood thing that 343 did. It was very hacked together and kind of clunky, but it worked. And you can tell just by loading up Halo 4 and looking at your DLC stuff, because the menu will hitch for a second whenever you cross over DLC stuff. I'll have to have somebody explain to me how they got that done. I saw somebody saying that the cutscenes in Infinite are a lot better than Halo 5's of the Elite Smooth Slot. Yeah, the cutscenes of Halo Infinite, what I think is most important about them is Halo 5 felt, and it wasn't just, by the way, Halo 5, it was kind of a problem with a lot of games at that time. like Marvel movies were kind of at their peak I wouldn't say at their peak because, Infinity War kind of, but like the Marvel craze was really getting going. Like the idea of like the summer blockbuster was back in a really big way. And Avengers 2 was on the horizon. And so a lot of video games were trying to emulate that Hollywood style, that Hollywood Batman versus Superman, Avengers 2 style of camera work and dialogue pacing in their cutscenes. And I think it's just like, it's like that's not really what games are. Like, you shouldn't direct your cutscenes like a cinematic Hollywood movie. You got to direct them like a video game. And Halo 5's cutscenes, they felt a lot like style over substance. Like, they were so well directed, but the problem is they were so, like, infatuated with how cinematic and Marvel-like their directing was that it was, like, really hard to follow sometimes what was going on. And then sometimes when, like, the actual events of what was going on in the cutscene, when those were transpiring and they were stupid, the cutscene was still directed very seriously and very cinematically and much Marvel. And it was just like, this is dumb looking, man. And Halo Infinite's cutscenes feel a lot more inspired, I guess. Don't make me of you. 0247 says, my biggest problem with Infinite's story is that they disregard things from Halo 5 without taking the risk to turn things that fans disliked into something fans could love. I'd actually argue they did exactly that. And in fact, I think the worst thing Halo Infinite could have done is try to make us care about a story that nobody cared about. Like, I say nobody cared about hyperbolically, but I think it's safe to say that most people would not have... Think about it like Rise of Skywalker. The Last Jedi, regardless of your feelings about Last Jedi, it was a controversial movie that turned people off from the story of Star Wars. And The Last Jedi tried so hard to continue the story and on the fly retcon it into something that maybe you like. And all you got was a sequel that pissed off fans of The Last Jedi and a story that the people who didn't like Last Jedi, they just didn't care about it anyways. They were like, they've already checked out of the conflict. They weren't going to like the movie regardless. So it was a movie basically for nobody. What Halo Infinite did that was very smart is it did not try to make the Rise of Skywalker. I'm not sure if I confused the names during that analogy, but hopefully you guys followed me. Basically what Halo Infinite is it said, fuck this, we're not making Halo 6. Halo 7. That's what Halo Infinite is. It's Halo 7. It made the smart choice to not do a sequel to a game people were actively not caring about. And I think the way that it was able to kind of come to peace with the story of Halo 5 was quite clever. It's a story that's very meta, Halo Infinite. Sometimes I think a little bit too meta for its own good. But if you think about it, so the weapon, she represents a period in Halo's history when it was more naive. She basically represents like combat evolved. She's younger, she's fresher, she's going through the same kind of like things with Chief that Cortana went through. And there is a sense of like repetition. Obviously, some of it is deliberate fan service, which is very appreciated. But there is also a lot of it that the story makes a point to call out that it's like, this is happening again. Like, here we are on another Halo ring, and like Esheram, I think he says, like, when I look at this band, like, repeating over and over and over again, it's like, and the fact that the whole story takes place around a fracture point in the ring, where this endless cycle is finally fractured and broken, and that what broke it basically was bits of Halo 5's story. Like remnants from Halo 5's story. You've got the Created, which nobody really cares about, but then you've got the Banished coming in from Halo Wars 2, which is a little bit more exciting. And essentially what you've got here, let me try to condense my thoughts. I'm rambling right now. Okay. The weapon represents the naivete, the excitement, the wonder of how Halo used to be. Evil Cortana represents the mistakes and the sins that Halo made during the Reclaimer saga. And that's not to say the Reclaimer saga is bad, by the way, Halo 4 and 5. What it's talking about is the mistakes that it made. Thinking, like, you know, the flip-flopping between ideas, the scattered mess that it kind of devolved into until it finally just imploded on itself and blew up. You know, the ring was finally shattered. And now what you've got is Cortana is dead. And they could have copped out and been like, it was the Gravemind, or the Didact, or the Mendicant Bias of the Prometheans, of the Warrior Covenant precursor. Like, they could have come up with anything and it would have been stupid. So instead, they opted for, well, like, Cortana fucked up, you know? Like, I guess, what would you call that? I had a word for it before. Consequence. You know, Cortana suffered consequences for the things she did, and the Reclaimer saga also had consequences. It fucked up Halo's story. It devalued the Halo brand. And Halo Infinite was kind of like a story of the Halo series coming to peace with itself, you know? Cortana's letter to the Chief at the end of the campaign felt almost like a letter directly to the player, where it's like, I'm sorry, I thought I could do this on my own, but I realized it wasn't me, you know? You could see that as 343. It was the two of us together talking to the Master Chief. Like, we were Halo. It wasn't just me and you tagging along and doing whatever I wanted. It was the two of us marching into the future together, and you need to rediscover that. It's too late for me. I made mistakes. I'm permanently tainted. But this weapon character, she's a fresh start for you. Talking to both the player and the Master Chief, you know, forgive me for the mistakes I made and move on and heal. You know, Halo has a new start now. And I think that's way better than, like, Halo 6 Reclamation. Are we gonna stop the created? Like, I don't care. Here we go. Let me see an interesting comment somebody said. Jack Cooper says, I'm glad Infinite skipped a lot of Halo 5's plot points, but I would have liked a mission during the Battle of the Affinity to open the game. Oh, kind of so what's kind of cool is the opening of Halo Infinite is an inverse of Combat Evolved. Combat Evolved opens with the Master Chief being woken up from cryosleep and boarding an alien ship. Or not, sorry, other way around. Aliens invading your ship, Master Chief's woken up from cryosleep. Halo Infinite starts with Master Chief being woken up from cryosleep, boarding an alien ship. And that's kind of a cool parallel. You know, crash landing on the ring, discovering ancient secrets beneath the ring. Crazy monitor tries to kill you. It's fun stuff. There's a lot of callbacks to Combat Evolved. But I do agree, actually, with the opening. I think Axeman and I talked about it, where it probably should not have been Atriox who chucked Chief into space. Or if it was Atriox, Escharum should have been right behind him, like smashing Spartans and Marines and stuff. Because the fact that they introduced Atriox and he's like, I'm the last face you'll ever see, bye, and then he just disappears, like, that was a little bit, eh. Milk Product says, truly this Halo is indeed infinite. Yes. Shane 9 Rowe says, Gears of it eventually. First game is my favorite game. Yeah, dude. Gears of War series is pretty good. Don't Make Me Of You 0247 says, yeah, I didn't want a continuation of Halo 5 Story 2. What I mean is I felt like it could have tackled more of Halo 5 Story than just Cortana. Well, I think then at that point it would have been... So, let me think of other things. Like, Roland? Is he really important that we revisit Roland? You know? Like, I think Halo's story is okay. The Infinity does play a part in the story of Halo Infinite, which is kind of nice, in that it's basically the new Pillar of Autumn. It's this flagship for humanity that's gone down. And it's also a good way to introduce the Banished, because we've been told the Infinity's awesome, and in fact a big criticism of Julim Dama's Covenant is, like, they can't even take down the Infinity, you know, the one of our cutscenes of the Infinity is it just ramming right through Covenant ships in Halo 4 Spartan Ops. Well, our introduction to the Banished is them taking down the Infinity in just, what was it, 4 minutes? And I think where, unfortunately, the campaign lets the Banished down is its open-ended nature, is, you know, the way you take down, like, a supply depot for the Banished, and it's like, good job, Chief, the Banished will never recover from this, and then it's like, if you leave the area and come back in 5 minutes, some Banished units have respawned there. Like, that's an issue with the open world, actively damaging the narrative, because the story itself established, got it, the Banished are not like the Covenant, they're smarter, they're more clever. They were able to take down the Infinity in 4 minutes, guys. So, like, there is a lot of Halo 5 stuff that's resolved and dealt with in Halo Infinite's story. I just think a lot of people were like, but I wanted to see it on screen. And would it have been better to see it on screen? Because I don't care about the created. I don't want to shoot another Promethean. I don't want to get that cutscene of, you need to stop, Cortana. John, you're here. You know, I don't want to have that at the end of the campaign and me unironically doing that as if the story thinks I care about the stakes here, because I don't. So the fact that it left it in the past is nice, at least to me. And just the way that it went about it is actually very interesting in not pawning off Cortana's motivations to the Gravemind or the precursors or the whatever, who cares, of the logic plague of Didact Mantle. Cortana fucked up. Her hubris got the better of her. And she made a mistake, and it was a mistake that permanently sabotaged her friendship with the Master Chief. There's no coming back from that. You know, and it's kind of interesting that even over the course of the campaign, you have those, like, callbacks to Halo 3 where it's like the, you know, I feel like I'm coming undone. I feel like something's wrong with me. And in Halo 3, Cortana's being tortured by the Gravemind. In Halo Infinite, it comes across as the ramblings of somebody. It's kind of like, have you guys ever been in the heat of an argument and you can feel the anger building up? And you know it's coming, don't do it, don't say it, and you say it anyway. That really fucked up thing. And what you just did was hurt somebody in front of you. And now you're wound up, and you're going deeper and deeper, and you can hear that voice inside of you saying, this is a mistake, please pull back. But it's like the adrenaline is going, you know, your body's feeling hot. You're in the moment, and it's like you're digging your own hole, and you can't stop yourself. And it's not until that adrenaline comes down when you're able to think clearly and you're like, I can't believe I did that. It's over. I ruined that. That's what Cortana's ramblings in Halo Infinite's, like those whispers remind me of. It came across as like a dictator that knew she was in too deep, who knew she made a mistake and she couldn't back down now. And so basically, she just kept digging her hole deeper. And at the end of, like, the Infinite kind of, like, flashback stuff, you know, with Atriox seeing Master Chief floating in space injured, you know, and do you understand the consequences, Cortana? That snapped her out of her rush, and she could think clearly, and she made the deliberate choice to self-sabotage her empire, you know? Basically collapse the hole she spent years digging for herself. And it's like, dude, bravo. Let me see. I missed a couple of super chats up there. Alexander Lindbergh says SEK $10. That is a currency that I'm not familiar with. I've seen it before, and thank you, Alexander Lindbergh. That's very kind of you, friend. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Jacob Rice says, wish I could give more. Thanks for moderating our debate. Infinite sweeps too much of Halo 5 under the rug. Results in the saga now feel disjointed. Well, I would say there would be more of a, I guess, a you problem. Because Infinite is not a Reclaimer saga game. The Reclaimer saga is done. It ended probably at the end of Halo 5 or maybe Halo Wars 2. Halo Infinite is the start of a new saga. Basically, if we could compare it again to Star Wars, it's The Force Awakens. It's the start of a new journey. There are references to the previous trilogy, but Infinite is not the third chapter in the Reclaimer saga. You know? It's the Force Awakens for Halo. And if people are not a fan of that, then if we're going to continue like the Star Wars metaphor, we could say it's A New Hope. You know, it's the start of a new journey, I guess. Billy Lamb says, hey, Late Night, congratulations on the engagement. SEK is Swedish kroner. Oh, interesting. Okay. Thank you for the contribution from Sweden. You know, my sister actually lives there. She really likes Sweden. Whatever happened to the Didact from Halo 4? That's a good question. And honestly, I feel like they could bring back the Didact probably. In fact, there's no reason that they couldn't. But narratively, I don't think it makes a lot of sense to suddenly have the Didact come back just because of where Halo's story is. It would come across as the plot of Halo halting dead in its tracks to continue something that was set up in a video game from 2012, you know? Because currently, basically, where Halo sits, at least... So here's the thing also. Like, video games, have you guys ever heard of Death of the Author? It's this interesting thing where you kind of divorce what the work is trying to be from what the author's intention was. And in some cases, it can actually redeem pretty dreadful works of art where you're able to interpret them in a lot more clever of a way, I guess. Not Ready Player One. What's that story about the kids that are playing a VR simulation, and it turns out that the VR simulation is real and that they're preparing for a war? I forgot the name of that story, but the actual literal book was a pro-war thing. It was like super pro-military and stuff. And like the author for that book was kind of insane. And he gets very mad because people interpreted it as an anti-war thing because it was rightfully really fucked up. And he was like, no, that's not what I was trying to say, man. And that's kind of an example of Death of the Author where people have divorced the intention from its original, you know, to kind of interpret something more interesting from it. And whether you believe in Death of the Author or not, I think is more subjective, because I think some interesting analyses of literature can come from Death of the Author. And a kind of example of Death of the Author is, the Didact. Clearly, the intention was that the Didact would play a bigger role. Well, we haven't seen the Didact since, so he's not a bigger role to Halo. So, where the Didact fits into Halo's narrative for me now is Halo 4 is a bubble video game. After Halo 3, we've got this quiet story of Chief. Now that the Covenant's done, we're just dealing with these stupid fanatics, you know, that are trying to do this Cold War arms race for Promethean Forerunner technology with the UNSC. And right now, the state of the galaxy is unsettling. You know, technology is advancing at an exponentially fast rate now that there isn't, you know, the fate of the galaxy at stake. And Jul 'Mdama's Covenant are very kind of like, you know, they are kind of like, well, you know, terrorists or freedom fighters or whatever, because it's so weird and vague. It kind of like almost mirrors, I guess, like the deliberate destabilization that the United States, I guess, does in like a lot of foreign countries to make sure that the US stays on top. Like, it's kind of fucked up, like real world history, but I see a lot of parallels with Halo 4 and what it has the state of the Halo galaxy in. So you got the elites that are kind of trapped in this constant loop of infighting, and it's caused a lot of Covenant splinter factions to start kind of like seeking out Promethean technology. You got Master Chief who's coming in, and he is being woken up in a galaxy that he doesn't recognize, and he's starting to feel kind of lost in it, because it's like, well, you know, we can look at the Infinity, and it's like, they've got other Master Chiefs, you know? Like, the galaxy is starting to move on without him. And it's like, what is Chief without a conflict? Like, Spartan 4s are running around everywhere. And he's starting to, you know, realize that, well, there isn't a lot to his life. He's barely a person, you know, he's a child soldier. And then what happens is they constantly, which one of us is the machine, which one of us is, like the living being. And then Chief wakes up the Didact, which is this like forerunner from long ago that is still alive. And lo and behold, it's the answer to Chief's question. If he keeps fighting, what will he become? The Didact is a forerunner that mutilated his own body to make it a better tool to serve in warfare. And the Didact, the first thing he wakes up, he's not like, oh, I'm finally awake. What? My species is extinct? Oh, I've got to start rebuilding. No, he's like, I'm going to destroy humans. The war must go on. Like, the war's lost. And he's still trying to fight because that's all the Didact is. He gave his body to warfare. That's what the Chief's going to become if he doesn't stop, And that was kind of the story of Halo 4. So the Didact coming back is almost like the Didact's role in Halo 4's story, the way I've interpreted it kind of now, how it makes sense to me in my little Halo headcanon, is that he was very important to the role of Halo 4's story, He was Chief facing his inevitable future if he didn't slow down and figure out what the point of fighting was. And then with Halo Infinite, well, Chief found out the point of the fighting. It's people like the pilot. These humans, the pilot, like, Chief sees that badge and he's like, stow it, Marine, we're gonna fight the Banished. And the pilot's like, Master Chief, I just want to go home. And finally the pilot breaks down and he's like, stop, fucking stop. I can't do this. I'm not you. Like, I'm a civilian. Like, I was scared shitless. Like, dude, this stupid alien stuff, like, they invaded the Infinity. Like, I just want to go home. Like, I'm scared. I don't know where my family is. I'm not a soldier. And it causes Chief to stop and kind of like, fuck, that's right. It's not just about punching aliens. It's about protecting the weak. If Halo 4 was a story of breaking the Chief down, Halo Infinite was a story of building the Chief back up. Halo Infinite, essentially, the tagline should not have been Halo Infinite. It should have been Halo, how the Master Chief got his mojo back. Blah, destroy humans is my favorite Didact line. Yeah, that was a word-for-word line from the book. No, I'm just kidding. Star Platinum says the pilot is cringe. Nah, I like the pilot. I think the pilot's fun. What I wish is that the pilot was used more in the plot. Because your only interactions with him really are via, like, his drops, his like, drops, and the Chief just being like, I'm not listening, blah, and he just punts a grunt off of a hill. It would have been more fun to have the pilot actively, like, involved in the story, like, helping with some of those Forerunner environments and stuff, like, I've got it, Chief, like, we can do this, oh, this is kind of like whatever from training, because, they established that what is he? He's a civilian contractor, or a technical engineer contractor. He's not even, like, military. He's just working on the UNSC. Master Chief says, I think you liked Halo 4's story if you had a good understanding of the lore. I didn't really know much of the extended universe stuff, and so I couldn't understand Halo 4. And that's definitely a problem. It's think of the introduction of the Prophets in Halo 2 versus the introduction of the Didact. With the Prophets, they're like, it was one human, are you sure? Like, they destroyed sacred Halo. It's like, got it. These guys are crazy religious fanatics. You knew everything you needed to know about them, and they spoke in ways that were relatable, like briefing people on what happened in the previous game. Like, we know all these events. They're talking about Halo 1. Got it. These are the leaders of the Covenant. They're religious. The Didact came out of his ball thing. He looked like a weird cat, and he had floaty bits, and he's, what hubris was she to believe she could protect her pets from me forever? Like the mantle of responsibility, blah, blah, blah. He's like, Chief's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, who is this guy? He just rolled right out of bed and now he's babbling incoherently about mantles of responsibility and humans and Prometheans. It wasn't the greatest introduction to the Didact. He probably should not have been talking about librarians and mantles and stuff. He probably should have immediately, after he came out, he should have been like, how long has it been? You know, and you probably should have had an elite talking to him. You know, and it's, you're a god, you're one of those that we worship, and it's like, I recognize your species. You know, and looking around, and it's like, you're similar but different, and then seeing the Master Chief and be like, humans. And it's like, got it, there we go. The Milk Product says, what are your thoughts on the Spartan 4s in Halo Infinite? After listening to the audio logs, I've grown to like them more this time around than Halo 4 and 5. Yeah, Halo Infinite does a very good job of making the Spartan 4s a little bit more, I guess, like, relatable. Because they're treated kind of in these audio logs that what I appreciate is they're not like boring, I guess, is the way to describe it. They're almost venerated in the same way that the ODSTs are. Like, you do get the idea that Chief is very different from the other Spartans. They're almost kind of like a rank of Marine, you know, where it's like you've got Marine, ODST, Spartan 4. And the Spartan 4s are vulnerable in the same ways that the Marines are. You know, they're killed. Damn it. Dan does animation, says, like, the Didact doesn't even explain his motivations at all. The librarian does, and she spends half the conversation being like, but don't worry, humans aren't actually evil. Yeah, that librarian cutscene, man, that was very bad. Like, hello, Reclaimer, have you ever read the Forerunner trilogy of books? If not, let me explain. Cue the slide screen. I experienced that cutscene in co-op, and my friends and I were just babbling over it, because it was just like slideshow, you know? I was like, what is going on? What is she talking about? It's like some of this stuff, I think, does need to be translated a little bit more humanly. Some of this Forerunner stuff. Whether it's through the eyes of a Covenant who is interpreting it as religious divine works. Because, you know, that is like, got it, this person's clearly unreliable, but I get what this really is. You know, the problem with the Covenant is not that they're just dumb and wrong, it's that they're misunderstanding what they're seeing. You know, these aren't gods that built these halos in space. It's an alien civilization that's been extinct for a while now. You know, and these halos aren't like divine instruments that will turn you into a god, like they're weapons. But you can kind of understand how maybe they misunderstood, you know, because, I mean, they think they're gods to begin with. It's not far-fetched to think, like, what? This thing creates a giant light and then all civilizations vanish? They must be turned into gods. You needed that, like, you needed a more human element, I guess, to Halo 4's story. As bizarre as that seems, because, you know, a lot of people consider Halo 4 to be a very human story. I don't. I consider it to be a very personal story. I think it's actually missing a lot of the human element, because Chief is not a human character. He is... I am not a child soldier. I cannot hope to begin to relate to what he must be going through, you know? I do think you needed more Marines, or even, like, Cortana, kind of like in her confusion and stuff, she's a little bit less knowledgeable on the things going on around her, or... In fact, it maybe would have been nice if the thing that woke Chief up from cryosleep was the Infinity finding them, and the Infinity, the Chief, and the Covenant all crash landing on Requiem. And then kind of, you know, gathering them back up and stuff, and you can, you know, with Lasky, you know, Cortana, what am I looking at? It appears to be ancient, but it's not like a species we've ever seen before, you know, and then you can have all the Covenant screaming, you know, Forerunner! And it's like, Forerunner? That's impossible! And then, humans, I am the Didact, I'm gonna eat your face! And there you go, you have a little bit more of a human introduction to the Didact. then like, what the fuck am I looking at? What's going on? I didn't read the books. Darren DePaul killed it as Eshram. He did, dude. Darren DePaul did kill it. Yeah, just all around. It sucks because people are going to look at Darren DePaul as just like Big Monkey Scream, but which Eshram is Big Monkey Scream, but there was a lot of just like nuance and subtlety to his character. A lot more subtlety than I think, unfortunately, the construction of the game allowed for. You know, because Eshram couldn't exactly have a permanent, tangible effect on the open world. It had to be there for the sake of replaying content or wandering around. But there's a lot to Eshram that's kind of interesting in the way that he kind of, like, he's been barely holding the Banished together. There's lots of infighting on the ring. There's lots of talk about Banished splinter factions and stuff. And it's like, without Atriox and without conflict, like, the Banished are kind of falling apart. And Eshram... he has the charisma of, like, a televangelist, where it's just, like, you feel like this guy could sell you. He could poison you and then sell you the cure. You know, he's got that, like, worm tongue that people listen to. And Eshram is just barely holding in there, but even Eshram has his own heart issues. He's not going to be in it for long. And he's got to find something fast to keep the Banished unified. And he sees that in the Chief. You know, that's why he's so damn excited when the Chief shows up, because it's like, what the fuck is going on? A Spartan? And then he starts smiling, and he's like, no. Oh boy, something better. And he's like, hey, Banished! Master Chief, it's the demon! He killed Atriox! Oh my god! And it unifies the Banished. You know, hey, the demon's back. The guy who killed Atriox, like, antidote, somebody said. Thank you for correcting me. The milk product says, I'm gonna eat your face, is another classic Didact line. Neo Luna 117 says, LNG, well, I think the assault rifle in Halo Infinite is mostly fine. It is a tad too strong, but it still needs to be reliable. So what do you think of the idea of reducing its bonus headshot damage? In my opinion, I think its spread needs to be widened, its range reduced, the bullet count. Then, okay, we need to agree on something. 36 rounds is this bizarre middle ground between, okay, do you guys want 60 rounds for the assault rifle, or do you want 32? Because turning the assault rifle into a battle rifle, giving it 36 rounds, a headshot multiplier, and a lot of range now, like, I don't think that's the way to design a Halo assault rifle. So if it wants the range that Halo Infinite has, it has to have 32 rounds in the mag. You should not be able to get double kills from a range with the assault rifle, you know? If you're firing at somebody from a range and you get that kill, it should drain most of your magazine to the point that you need to reload. I think 36 is a little bit too much. But if we want a lot of rounds, then we need to consider severely reducing its range to turn it into the ultimate CQC weapon. A weapon that you combine with your melees and your grenades, you know, drain the shields and then punch, throw grenade and then finish up with the assault rifle. Like, that's kind of the beauty of the assault rifle, is that it's a weapon that encourages the golden triangle from the outset. You spawn with it. Its perk is that it's got a consistent damage output at a range. It's constantly draining things. And that gives you enough wiggle room to slip in a melee or a grenade. You know, and so off the bat, you're introduced to the golden triangle concept. After that, though, when you start seeing players upgrading their arsenal, picking up the battle rifle and stuff, well, now ranged engagements are starting to happen. You start to see that the assault rifle is not the be-all, end-all of engagements. You got to start upgrading yourself. And, you know, those are my thoughts, at least on the assault rifle. The assault rifle in Halo Combat Evolved was 60 rounds. Let's get out of here. God, I love Halo 3's rendition of A Walk in the Woods. Something I also like, so I'm not sure if it's intentional or not, but if you listen to the soundtrack, I'm fairly confident that ticking sound that you can hear is a clock. like after Johnson's Pelican goes down, like the drums are being supported by a tick, 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 and it's a ticking clock, and it's like, that's cool, because they got to go rescue Johnson. The clock is ticking. So you can hear the ticking clock underneath. It's very cool, and I wonder if that's intentional. I'll have to ask Marty. But if it is intentional, that's very, very cool. Alexander Lindbergh has become a member of the channel, a Night Owl. Welcome, Alexander Lindbergh. Freddy Krueger says Halo 3's assault rifle is the most well-designed and you can't change my mind. I like Halo 3, but I think the Halo 3 assault rifle has a couple of problems. And mainly they come down to, weirdly enough, the SMG. I feel like it's got to be one or the other, Bungie. You can't do both, you know? I appreciate what Bungie was trying to do with the assault rifle of Halo 3, make it the golden triangle gun, like a starter weapon that by design has you interacting with all aspects of Halo combat, your melees and your grenades, and then once you've got that down, you start to branch out and upgrade your arsenal. And then it's kind of like basically a tutorial weapon. But I think that more could be done to make it a little bit more interesting. Like, the assault rifle from Combat Evolved, the reason you'd hold on to that thing is think of the infection forms, think of the crowded hallways, and the way that you could just open fire into a crowded hallway and everything in that hallway would just start flinching. Just hold down the trigger and things keep flinching, and it allows you to get closer, and then the thing has rapid melee, so you can just boom, 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 you know, beat them down. And it's like, that's a reason to keep the assault rifle in Halo Combat Evolved. Dino Bear says Halo 3 AR is a campaign weapon, to be honest. It was designed for multiplayer. Bungie designed it to encourage people to interact with the golden triangle. Like, basically, you got BR starts for competitive, because that's the Combat Evolved pistol. Just spawn with the utility weapon. That's great. Or social, where everyone spawns with the tutorial weapon, basically, that encourages the golden triangle. And if you want to get better, start picking up other weapons. You know, start upgrading your arsenal. Jackal Sniper dealt with. So when people say, like, well, every weapon needs to be viable, I feel like some people, what they really mean is easy to use. Every weapon should be easy to use. And I'm not sure if I agree with that. I do think some weapons should be hard to use by design. Oh boy. I think that's what makes the heat wave, I guess, like, so kind of like iconic now. Like, I don't know about you guys, but when I get killed by a heat wave in like the multiplayer for Halo Infinite, I don't ever feel like frustrated or annoyed in the same way that like somebody running around with an overshield makes me annoyed. Because like that heat wave, man, that thing takes skill to use. And so when somebody is able to actually like pull off something pretty, you know, galaxy brained and kill me, I'm like, dude, kudos, you earned that kill. That was really cool. I hate the Magnum in Halo 3. Yeah, this little boy. He's certainly fine. The hit detection lets it down more often than not, but I'm just not sure what, I guess, Bungie at this period in time was thinking, you know, with this thing, like what they wanted it to be. Because it's very clear that, like, Halo's pistol, they couldn't exactly get rid of because it's kind of, like, too iconic. In fact, actually, the sidekick, I applaud it for not being the Magnum because it is so mechanically different from the Magnum. The Magnum is essentially, in my opinion, a Desert Eagle for Halo, where it's this heavy-hitting thing. So the fact that with Halo Infinite, they were smart and they were like, let's not just make, like, the Magnum super weak. Let's just invent a new pistol. The Milk Product says, if I had to rank the AR sound-wise, it would be the top being Halo 4, behind it being Infinite, and CE, but bottom is 3. I think probably my favorite sound for the assault rifle is Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary. With probably after that, Combat Evolved and Halo 4 in constant rotation. Like basically it depends on what I ate for breakfast that morning. You know, where my opinion is constantly switching, because I like both the Halo 4 and the Halo CE assault rifle sounds. But Alexander Lindbergh says, in a video with Hidden Xperia, Marty revealed that he thought it was a mistake to make the Arbiter a playable character in Halo 2. Do you agree with his opinion? No. Marty is just one person in Bungie, or at Bungie previously. Like, you know, he's got his own opinions. And it's kind of interesting, because I have actually heard that. Like, I had a pretty infamous conversation with Marty O'Donnell that was quite a bit of fun, and it ended in a very embarrassing misunderstanding where I unintentionally accused Marty O'Donnell of not making his own music. And he got quite mad at me. Which, that's a fun story if you guys want to hear it. But Marty, he really doesn't like Halo 2. And I feel like I completely get that, you know? Because I feel like if I were somebody who was working on if I made Halo 2 or worked on it, I would probably agree with him that it's garbage. And that's not because of the quality of the game. It's more because you're the artist and you know what it was going to be before you had to start making compromises during development. So all you see as a developer is the compromised version of what you wanted to make. And that seems to be the case with Marty O'Donnell. He, you know, there's just like a lot of regret. You know, regret. Yeah, I'll make the joke. Don't worry. Tell us the story. So, okay, all right. So it was a week before Destiny 2 Forsaken came out. We were at a barbecue in Seattle, and it was pretty cool. There were 343 people there. And then suddenly the atmosphere changed, and people started gathering. And I was talking to Jeff Easterling, Grim Brother 1, and this is like, by the way, guys, this is like kind of surreal as far as how cinematic this feeling was. I was talking to Jeff Easterling about how cool it was to see Halo developers and like talking to them, because I was still new, you know, I was still making friends. And it was like, this is like surreal, you know, it's like you guys worked on Halo and I'm talking to you guys. And then Jeff Easterling didn't say anything. He just nodded behind me. And it's like already something weird was going on. People were gathering near the entrance of the backyard. And it's Marty O'Donnell, who just walked into this barbecue unannounced. And it's like my heart jumped into my throat. It was like, what the fuck? Like, I was stammering in front of him. It was like, God, you know? And Marty O'Donnell is... I had so many damn questions for him. He's where I finally got the opportunity to ask him a question I had on my brain for years at that point, which is I pulled out my phone, I started playing a piece of Glue ambient music from Halo 3, and I was like, this is not in the official Halo Infinite, or the official Halo 3 soundtrack. What is this? And he was like, let me listen to it for a second. And he listened to it, and he was timing the looping of it because of the way like layers would bleed into each other. And he was like, oh, that's not music. That's called glue. And it was like, that's where I learned what that was called. And after that, you know, I was like, got it. What I need to look for these ambient pieces, they're called glue. And then, come on, you dumb apes. I got to get through this part without dying. Oh boy. But, so what I also understood was that he used a sound system, I think it's called a Roland synth, and it comes with instrument packs, like kits and stuff. And those are the instruments, those kits are what he used to compose the Halo Combat Evolved soundtrack. In fact, there's people in the community that have found those same kits, and they're making music, but it sounds bizarre because it sounds out of time. It sounds like Combat Evolved music that we've never heard before. The reason why is because they're using the exact same kits that Marty used. And what I asked him was, I used the term loop to describe these. Now, a loop is basically like when you get GarageBand or something like a music system, and it comes with like, boom, boom, ksh, boom, boom, ksh, like these like pre-made loops of music that you just smush into a timeline for beginners, for tutorial purposes. I didn't understand what I was talking about, and I asked him what loops he used to make the Halo Combat Evolved soundtrack, and he was like, what are you talking about? I didn't use loops. And I was like, no, you use loops. Like, I can show you. And I showed him examples of the Roland sound kits, and he was like, that's a lie. Like, I made the music. I didn't use loops. And me feeling like, oh my god, I think I just insulted him, trying to patch it up, made things worse, and he left the party calling me a liar. So that's my Marty O'Donnell story. That's how I met him. Ice Steel Ranch says, howitzers for Big Team Battle? Yeah, man, why not? Let's get some howitzers in Big Team Battle. Yeah, but hopefully you guys enjoyed my sound loop. I would love to patch things up with Marty, because that was humiliating. In fact, Jeff Easterling, I messaged him on the flight back home from Seattle, and I was like, can you please try to talk to Marty for me? He's like my childhood hero. He's the person who got me into music, and I think I insulted him. I don't want him to hate me. And so there's that sting whenever I see Hidden Xperia talk to Marty, because I'm like, damn it. I permanently sabotaged my relationship with the man. God. And it's like, people can have their opinions about Marty O'Donnell, I guess, like, as a person, outside of Halo, but musically, he's, like, my hero, and I want to get into music, basically, just because of, like, the Halo soundtracks. I kick myself for not learning the piano when I was a kid, and it's something I want to do when I have the time. I want to learn how to compose music, not for, like, any projects or anything, just for myself. And he's a big inspiration for me, but... Thankfully, it's been many years since then, so I've come to peace with the fact, like, never meet your heroes, because shit like that will happen. I've come to peace with the fact that I will just admire Marty from afar, content with the fact that I doubt I'll ever be friends with him. Now I need to work on Joe Staten and not repeat the mistakes I made with Marty O'Donnell. In fact, actually, I also have a Jen Taylor story, the voice of Cortana, meeting her, that thankfully was not as disastrous as Marty O'Donnell's, but it was equally disastrous. No, it was not equally. It was slightly less disastrous in that I did not accidentally suggest that she did not actually do her own work. But Jen Taylor was at a hotel, and it was for the Make-A-Wish Foundation for Outpost Discovery. There was this awesome kid there, Ethan, who wanted to meet a lot of Halo content creators. And so we were there with him and during the day, and it was awesome. Ethan's a good kid. And after all the events were over, we walked him back to his hotel and hung out with him for a while. And somebody came to also say hi, and it was Jen Taylor. And so with Marty O'Donnell, at least, like, I could watch from afar and kind of build up the courage to walk up to him and say, hi, I don't think you made your own music. But with Jen Taylor, she was right there, boom. And the fact that she sounds like Cortana kept fucking with me. And I remember thinking, like, oh my god, it's Jen Taylor. I gotta say that I really like her vocal performances. And what I barely stammered... Okay, so first, I shook her hand. My hands were sweating because I was starstruck. So awesome, cool, dope. Great, Taras. And after she shook my sweaty hand, I barely stammered out, you were in Left 4 Dead as Zoe. I liked you in that game. And she was just like, yeah, I think I remember that. Okay, bye. See you. And she left, and I was like, not again. Yeah, I almost maybe I shouldn't meet Joe Staten. ICL Ranch says Mick Gordon and John Williams for the next soundtrack. Oh god, that would be a dream come true. Yeah. Maybe I'm just cursed when it comes to meeting people, or maybe I get too starstruck and I overthink man. But the bonus from all of those embarrassing stories is there's stories I can share with you guys, you know? Can Actman give you an embarrassing story about how he accidentally offended Marty O'Donnell? No, he can't. Luckily, I fell on that sword, so I can. And there's quite a lot of comedy value that comes out of those stories. In fact, I have like a minor Steve Downes story from Outpost Discovery. Thankfully, I learned my lesson with Jen Taylor and did not confront, I'll use that word, Steve Downes. But I saw him from afar and I got a picture of him. And in that moment, he looked at me and looked at my phone. And if looks could kill, like, I think I still have that picture of Steve Downes, like, staring at my phone with an intense exhaustion and annoyance that I don't think I've ever seen from somebody. I quickly put away my phone and scrambled out of the area as fast as I could. Saturn Z says, you meet Joe Staten and just say, I loved your work on Marathon. Yeah, and Joe Staten didn't even work on Marathon, if I remember right. So that would add to the comedy value. Orpheus says, glad you enjoy Infinite's campaign. Personally, I found it disappointing as a full-price offer, especially when compared to Far Cry 3 from 2012. Yeah, I'd agree there. I don't think $20 was necessary. Maybe if it had co-op. Cautionary Taras. Cup of Tea says you are only giving us ammo to use against you. Yeah, I am, aren't I? Here, let's make use of this fucking bubble shield. What's that brute gonna do? Look at the monkey. He's retreating. Smart boy. Ah! Got him. Did you hear that grunt? Before he started running, he just yelled, "Little people first!" I think that line is also probably a product from its time. Because I think little people now is kind of like the official term to use to describe people who have dwarfism. So that line could unintentionally be taken as an insult. You know, it's just kind of like, that's mean. I don't think that was the intention. I think that line was just back in 2007. The grunt describing itself as a person, but being able to clarify that it is a little person. Here, let's go this way. I say that like there's no other way to go. I think I say that for me to focus in my brain. Sometimes I talk out loud when my brain is rambling. And it's like little things like that help me kind of like recenter focus. Like, all right, Taras, we can't just run around in circles in this little clearing. I'm reading some of the comments. That's why I was just walking into that wall there. Please tell us more stories. It's amazing. Okay, let's think of a story. Okay. This is something that's, I guess, like maybe a little bit more interesting, where it's just like some fun trivia, you know? So from what I gathered, I was able to figure out what... This is less of like an embarrassing story and more of like a, okay, like behind the scenes story. Asking like, so the Kraken, what was the Kraken from Halo 5? Why wasn't it a dynamic AI? You know? That like is kind of like the Scarab, I guess. And I asked somebody at 343 finally, I was like, so why was the Kraken just like a building that was scripted to move to a place and then like it, you know, AI spawned on it? And what he explained to me was super interesting. Was he was like, sometimes what sucks about game development is that you have plans, and then when you actually get to work, you start to realize, oh, this is going to be way more complicated than we thought. And then you start scaling back and cutting back and stuff. And the Kraken is one of the unfortunate victims of that, where they didn't deliberately want to make it a building. In fact, part of the reason that I think it's not like the Scarab is because in the Halo engine, Bungie created this specific system for the Scarab that allowed for like, it's kind of like vehicles are almost their own little, things like the Scarab, like moving platforms, are almost their own little like, I guess, bubble of gravity is the best way to describe it, where if you jump inside of a Scarab, you're not just going to go flying, splattering into a wall if the Scarab's moving. You know, you jump with the momentum of the Scarab and stuff like that. And same with the pathfinding. AIs can navigate around an object that is actively moving through the air. Well, during the development of Halo Reach, whether intentional or not, that broke in the code. Like, whatever it is that allowed AIs to pathfind and, like, gravity and physics to work on moving entities, that didn't work anymore. And that's why Reach doesn't have Scarab battles. And so with Halo Infinite, or with Halo 5, you know, of course they wanted something, you know, awesome like that. But because of this unfortunate aspect of the Halo engine that dates all the way back to, like, 2009, the Kraken couldn't come to be. But hopefully that's some interesting stuff. Its own environment. Yeah, I guess that's how you could describe it. Like, you can definitely tell in Halo 3, there is a threshold where if you jump at a certain point in a very... What the fuck? Did you just see that? Yeah, the Halo 3 physics engine is funny. But there are specific points on the Scarab where you can actually... like a detach Master Chief from that like localized physics system, and Chief will actually just go flying into one of the walls and die because now he's acting with the physics of the outside environment. I hope I explained that right and I didn't just sound like a rambling madman. They're called giants in the engine, says Jaden. See, so Jaden knows a little bit more about... Yeah, to the point that the engine even refers to entities like the Scarab as a giant. And so all these giants have like their own like localized physics system where everything on board a giant kind of, it has its own physics. You know, you can bounce grenades and stuff and trust that it won't just go flying. I was trying to shoot the right hand because I totally forgot we're not playing Halo Infinite. And then I think I've told this story before. This is a story from Sparth about the Guardians from Halo 5. Like, the reason that they have those silly smiles on their face. It was a bit of artwork that was good, well-intentioned, but didn't quite translate into the art, into 3D as well as they had hoped. Which was, they were looking at things like, you think of like Majora's Mask. Like, the idea of this kind of like ancient... You get the idea that this thing is old. And the fact that it's got a human feature, like to the point that you can see like a face, it's creepy, it's eerie, because like faces are very, you know, the uncanny valley, like staring at an ancient stone mask that has human features and how just kind of eerie that looks. And it's like, imagine the Guardian like a giant totem, you know, with this unblinking face just staring down at you. It's like, okay, got it. I see what you guys were trying to go for. You know, and unfortunately, in the final product, it's just an example of, like, art not translating quite as well. And that's kind of the story behind the Guardian faces. 2007 says, congrats on the engagement. I want to hear your thoughts on the cat ears and other shop items in Infinite, especially on your art direction video you made a while ago. Would you mind? Okay, so what's actually kind of cool is we talked about this before, and I can summarize my thoughts. So the cat ears, I view them in the same way that I view Hayabusa, which is Hayabusa is a promotional bit of, like, you know, whatever, for, what was it for? Ninja Gaiden, I think? And because of that, Hayabusa in Halo 3 looks very bizarre. But the Bungie artists also made sure to design this bizarre piece of armor in a way that it still plausibly looks like it belongs in the Halo universe. It's skirting, you know, the edges of what's plausible, but it's still roughly there. You know, they didn't just literally make the Ninja Gaiden character. I am sure I got the game completely wrong, by the way. Someone will correct me. And the cat ears are kind of the same way, where what I appreciate, I don't like cat ears in Halo, but I appreciate that the cat ears are designed to look like pieces of Mjolnir. Like, they look like vents and stuff. They don't look like literally like a cartoony ear. So because of that, I'm like, acceptable. I'll permit it. Oh boy. Yep, there we go. Colin Reardon says, I just wish Halo Infinite brought back Lasky and Locke. Shaking my head. I don't think they would have been necessary to the story that was being told, you know? Like, what value would they have served in the campaign? Because the campaign is very much about, like, building back from scratch. So having Halsey immediately there, like, Master Chief, you need to do this, John this, Cortana's dead. Like, you would have had Halsey exposition dumping 24/7 and explaining everything to the character. There wouldn't have been a lot of mystery if Halsey was involved. So having her not there was smarter, in my opinion. God. We're almost at the end of the level. And then as for Locke, I also think the same way, where Locke, what role could he have served? Because there are a handful of main characters in Halo Infinite. The pilot, the weapon, and the chief. They're the good guys. Where would Locke have fit? Without it, because you want to avoid that Halo 5 situation where there were so many main characters that it was, like, hard to keep track of what was going on at points. Like, who are you again? What's your name? Tanaka? Who? I don't know you. Who are these people? There we go. Okay. No invincibility? Oh, he probably used it already. Okay. Do you hear Arbiter just screaming and yelling? Let's go. All right. Ah, fuck. I hit my head into the pipe. Let's try this again. I can do it. It's been a while since I've hammer jumped. Man. Hang on. There we go. Okay. It's been a while since I've had to actually, like, hammer jump. I hope that they're able to get the hammer jump into Infinite at some point. I know that the Sandbox team said that post-launch they're working on physics improvements to get a little bit more player impulsing into the game, like knocking players around. Having a small cast was a great choice for the game. The Milk Product says your Halsey impression was spot on. Thank you, thank you. Look at that poor grunt. Oh. Do you think Halo 3 will ever get a remaster like Halo 2 and Halo CE? I'll never say never, but probably not in the immediate future, because I don't think it's very necessary. Because, I mean, what a remaster could bring, I'm not sure it couldn't be accomplished, I guess, with, like, texture packs and model swaps, you know? The Halo 3 engine can produce some pretty environments just because of its, like, lighting engine. And I feel like if you got some better models in here, some better texture quality, I guess the real complexity, I think, would come from, in the same way that, like, the Combat Evolved engine can only go so far without, like, the source engine code. You know, how far can people push Halo 3's visuals with mod tools? I'd be willing to bet you can make Halo 3 look gorgeous with some good mod tools. I mean, here, let's watch this fireworks show right here. See, that's all right. All right, we finished the level. I can get my points now. iSteel Ranch says, hi, idea number 2. Large big team battle map, Blood Gulch style, winter, large frozen lake in the middle, but halfway the lake cracks and becomes a platformer section in order to get across. iSteel Ranch, I like your thinking, buddy. Double J Podcast says, Halo 3 just looks good right now, but the faces suck is all. Yeah, those faces, mashed potato, Lord Hood. What's funny is, like, I feel like Halo 3 ends up having pretty okay faces in spite of its face quality, just because the animation is so good. Like, these are mashed potato humans that are running around, but the fact that they're at least animated really well, it gives you, like, that Toy Story look.
Check it out. No way. Spartan? For real? You better not be.
Yeah, see? Like, it would be one thing if they were so flat. I think Miranda even brushes her hair behind her ear right now, which is like a cool little, like, just, it's little touches like that that helps make them feel less like toys.
Terrestrial casualties from the subsequent bombardment were extreme. Truth could have landed anywhere, but he committed all his forces here, East Africa, the ruins of New Mombasa.
Which Mass Effect game and which Gears of War game are your favorite? So Mass Effect 1 is my all-time favorite Mass Effect game. Gears of War 2 is my all-time favorite Gears game. With Gears of War 1 as a close second, I'd say. Here, we're going to skip this. We get it. 2 War. Let's move on.
Motion trackers? Come on, sir. I'll show you the way. The base was built for some 20th century. Full of old tech. Store control.
Oh, we're playing on Legendary. We probably shouldn't dual-wield pistols, right?
Get those turrets up. Watch your fields of fire.
Not Gears Pop. Oh, Gears Pop. God. Yeah, that like fake rip-off mobile game. God. I feel like Gears Pop left my mind as soon as I saw the announcement for it. I was like, got it. I'll make sure to not play it.
Chief? Good. This channel is secure. My fire teams are spread thin.
Skeptical Sloth says, it annoys me how there's no deep water in Halo Infinite. It's probably because the water in Halo Infinite just, like, isn't that good. It looks like it's running off of, like, Halo 5 water, where, Halo 5's water, was basically a sheet. Just a sheet. There was, like, no volume underneath it, you know? And the sheet had a couple of kind of, like, pre-built animations that gave the illusion of it deforming in response to the player, but it was kind of, like, I guess, a little bit rudimentary compared to, like, Halo 3. And it's just kind of like a pity, I guess, that, you know, people at 343, they don't seem very passionate, I guess, about water in their Halo games, to the point that that aspect of the Halo engine has kind of been neglected, you know, the water simulation. think people are asking about Atriox. Are people saying Atriox isn't cool? I do agree though that if we are saying Atriox is a little bit annoying, I think with Halo Wars 2, it's okay. Like, Atriox is just a badass. Like, he's Atriox, and that's the impact he had on Halo Wars 2's plot. And with Halo Infinite, again, my name is Atriox, bye, and then he vanished from the plot. Like, okay, 343, next story, Atriox needs to do something, okay? Because, like, you can't just keep saying he's cool and have that be the end of it, you know? I get it. I believe you. You know, Atriox is very cool. Now have him do something. And, well, hopefully we're going to see what he's going to do. Because he freed the Endless at the end of Halo Infinite. The thing is, someone could donate the stupidest thing. Like, Sissy Baka and Late Night Gaming would have to say it because someone spent money on it. I mean, yeah. Like, I have limits to what I will say with donations, but just in general, I'm like, you know what? You donated me $5 or whatever to say poop from a butt. Like, fine, you know, I'll give you your money's worth. It's okay. I don't mind. It's well worth the asking price. Ah! I'm trying to read the comments while also hiding. Let's hide over here. I see that brute. Look at that goofball. Like, do you think you can see me? And his whole shoulder is sticking out. You know what's something that I miss, like, a lot? I miss when the aliens would, like, roar at you. Like, the brutes do it a lot in Halo Infinite, but I didn't notice until the Bassus fight, you know, the Spartan's not so tough, I think. I didn't realize until that, I'm like, it's been a while since we've seen, like, an elite do that classic, like, opening up all of their jaws and just roaring at the player. We haven't seen that in a very long time. Rusty says water vehicles in Halo. It could work. In fact, I've suggested that water could maybe work in Halo if it's kind of like a physics volume, where the idea is you go into water and now it's like you have moon physics. So like grenades will move slower. And then, even from a visual standpoint, could you imagine how cool it would be to see an overcharged plasma pistol shot underwater, seeing, like, the bubbling and the rippling, and seeing that glow illumination kind of, like, cutting its way through the water as it sizzles towards you? Like, it would be a cool visual effect. Did that grunt just scream, repent? God. Mad Boober says, take a break. You've been streaming for hours. Yeah, I do think I need a break. I'm starting to poop out. You hear that guy? He just screamed at me, they're attacking. Thanks, guy. Yeah, I think we're going to call it quits. I don't think I can fight through this hallway again. Alrighty, guys. Let's go back to the main menu for a second. Oh, I'm stretching. Oof. All right, let me read some of the comments. Oh, I can show you guys my custom main menu for Halo Infinite. I haven't done Reach yet, but I haven't done Halo 2 yet either. Interesting. Isn't that kind of cool? I guess that I've got these like custom backgrounds and stuff. Somebody was asking about the Halo 3 loading screen. I have it set for the customization menu. That's kind of cool, right? Chris Kimball says, I love you and your work. Do me a favor, spell iCup. And Chris Kimball, listen, sir. I grew up too. I know what you're up to, and I'm not gonna fall for it. Alrighty. I'm gonna take a sip of this water. And then I will see you later. Let me try that sentence again. I'm going to take a drink from that thing of water and then see you guys later. This is a really fun stream. Taco Dealer says extended thoughts on Fortnite. I think Fortnite is a perfectly fine game. I get why people like Battle Royale games. What I take more issues with is the idea of FOMO and like selling kids digital things and like preying on them and stuff. So Fortnite mechanically fine. It's good. Fortnite had at least an art style, but now it's just like this. It's very hard to divorce Fortnite from the monetization aspects of it. I had more respect for it, I guess, back when the Fortnite Battle Royale was still kind of new. But there we go. Alrighty, guys. I shall see you later, okay? William Trice says, hello, Late Night Gaming. If you read this, I just want to say congrats regarding your most recent community post. Well done. Good from the UK. Thank you. Thank you. It still feels great. I have a fiance, guys. The Milk Product says, we've been engaged. Yeah. Rebecca and I have been engaged. Alrighty, guys.